What's up, bros and broettes? Justin changed his PFP again. Again, for God's sakes. Let's take a look. Let's do a weekly review of Justin's headshot. Oh, that's an 8 out of 10. It's perfect. He's pretty much the next Henry Cavill. Henry Cavalier. The greatest adult film star of all time. And he did it without taking his clothes off. Anyways, how you guys doing? Happy Sunday. You guys ever made it to Sunday before? Crazy horror stories about Indian taxi drivers in New York. I never had one. I don't go to New York much. Ron Jeremy. Ron Jeremy has had his title stripped from him due to recent allegations of losing weight and his penis not being as big as previously anticipated. If you're not a fat, disgusting male porn star, how's anybody supposed to relate? Justin said he doesn't even know who Henry Cavill is. Dude, get him out of the industry today. And get him into an executive boardroom. Who is she? Good question. I thought losing weight helped in that department. No. Because all the weight goes right to your schlarn. I don't know, a lot of people realize that, but the more weight you gain, the bigger your member becomes. It's where it stores all the fat. Especially after you eat sponges. Guys, how are you? What's on your mind? What's new? Same with women, yeah, their wieners get bigger too. I saw something where like I don't know, there was like some post about, you know what I mean, about a guy who's always like adjusting his junk, right? Like the guy you talk to who's just always like adjusting his ball sack. Which, you know, things get a little precarious down there. You got to readjust, you know, pretty normal process. Sometimes you don't do it as overtly as some. But it was like people couldn't understand the parallel of adjusting your undies, you know, in the same way that adjusting your tits and bra would be, you know. But I mean, you see it all the time. You know, you pull your bra out, you get the jug situated, and you move on with your life, you know. Nothing abnormal about it, no judgment. But it seems to be really a big deal when people go fiddling around down there in the old stinky department. Thought Joe was gonna stand us up tonight. Was it late? I don't know. It doesn't feel late. I feel like time just flew by. That's your first impression of me. That's okay. That's okay. Imagine what second impressions will be like, though. That's where things get good. I adjust my junk all the time. Am a woman. Yeah, you gotta do it. We all got a little bit of junk, a little bit of weird abstract. You know, we're not like alien greys or like androgynous androids with like smooth, you know, Ken doll proportions. For whatever reason, God made us to have dangly bits, and they don't agree with modern technology and Under Armour boxers. So I had a scary encounter. A guy in the movie theater was staring at me and I think taking pictures of me and waited me by the exit as the movie let out. Did you say hello? Usually that means they're interested. What did you say to him? Hola, friend. They were probably just curious why you were naked in there and had a gun. Some balls are made for charity, some for fancy dress, but the balls that I like are those that are made to rest and get stuck to your left leg. How was your day so far? It was good. What did I do today? Well, this weekend I went to drove to a convention center for some sort of nerd shit, and that was fun. I've been to it before, and it's cool. It seems to continuously expand. Chilling Scares is better. I agree, man. He's the GOAT. For real, for real. But the convention was fun, man. Got to see a bunch of nerds do stuff. I bought a Dragonite card. And what more can you ask for in life? And they even had a huge ass arcade there. And I won won 2 claw machine games that were just literally impossible. What kind of convention? It was just comics and anime and yeah. I did not cosplay, no. I was not in the cosplaying mode. Hey Joel, why I left the theater, he just walked away and turns out the seat next to me wasn't sold. Oh, he was thinking about maybe coming up and sitting by you or something. You respect me now. No worries, buddy. I respect all of God's creations. Even the loud mouths. No, I'm just playing. You know you're a follower when you still have the past live playing on other TV. Hell yeah, guys. You need at least 5 previous live streams going at once just to compare how they actually all overlap with each other. Like the planets aligning. Do I play New Vegas? You know, I never really played through New Vegas. They're remaking it, aren't they? It's your birthday, Aaron. Happy birthday, AA Ron. You're getting old, though. That's okay. It is what it is, bro. You just keep trying to be a better you. Watched for 2 years straight for all lives and then didn't watch for 6 months. Now I'm backed up watching all lives. Hey, no worries. I like to imagine that maybe the lives are of interest. A lot of them seem like they get copyright, claims or whatever, so I never know to what extent the audio is interrupted or anything of that nature. Hey, thank you, Lauren. Good to see you. But anyways, guys, we got taxi stories tonight. Stories about creepy taxis or taxi experiences. Is Kelly Osbourne okay? I don't know. I haven't texted her yet today. I'll shoot her a message, see how it's going. I'll send her an Instagram meme. Do you know Crew Cali? Crew Cali. He looks like a kid. He has 300,000 subscribers. Is he like a vlogger of sorts or something like that? There's too many YouTubers, bro. There's 9 million of us. New listener here from Vegas. Well, that's similar to New Vegas. Yeah, but I haven't played through the New Vegas games. I want to. Go back. I mean, I love Skyrim, Oblivion, all that kind of shit. I remember I tried to make it through Fallout 4. It seemed like it was a lot more treacherous than the other, Oblivion, Skyrim style games. Joe, I love Saturn Soul stories. Are those videos different than the ones your channel? No, usually they've been on the channel already, but they get turned into videos for over there just to kind of reach a larger audience. You love Ozzy? Yeah, rest in peace, Ozzy. What was Robert De Niro's character's name? Travis. Oh yeah. And Taxi Driver. I forget. For some reason, those kind of characters they seem to piss people off. Someone who's just had enough with society going insane it's like they make the movies, but then they just undo them later on. They're never mind, cancel that. Joel, do you like the Rizzler? Yeah, I heard the Rizzler killed the Grand Supreme Leader of Iran. Dropped him out of a B-52 bomber right into his fucking lap. How are things out east? Things are chill, man. It's cold as fuck, but it's supposed to be like warm in this midweek for like a solid week, or at least warm for winter. So it looks like we're getting like a, false spring. Have I been magging again? I stopped taking mag, but like I've been having like weird sleep issues though, and I don't know if it's mag related, magnesium. It's like I go to bed, my degenerate late night sleep schedule, and then I only, I don't know. I feel like I only sleep for fucking three hours or something, and then I just like, it's so hard to like fall back asleep after that. It's like my body really doesn't want to sleep during the day at all. Listen to my husband, he loves this tonight. Now he gets it. Now he understands. Well, I'm happy to have you. The Ayatollah, yeah, they shot the Rizzler out of a bomber from right at the Ayatollah leader. It might be the damn witches, but maybe the mag also. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Like, I started taking those like bile salts whenever my gallbladder was having issues. It seems like digestion's like back to normal and stuff, no problems. But I do kind of wonder if some of that, like early in the day, is like still affecting me, like later on. Not sure if you're familiar or not. I ran, but not fast enough. I know you mentioned 80 years old basically being wheelchair bound, but my wife's grandpa is 93 and walks the dog daily and plays tennis 2 times a week. I love that, man. I remember back in nursing meeting a guy who was like, I think 93 or something, and he looked amazing, just golfing all the time, just having a great day all around. And it was like such an abstract thing to like discharge that guy super early, whenever normally they're like, just being old as fuck means they're like perma stuck there for weeks at a time. Yeah, anyways, guys, should we kick the stories off? I really got nothing to say unless you guys got stuff to say. I apologize for that. I wish I had more. I wish I knew more about reality. I wish I had more exciting things to discuss, but I genuinely do not. Joel, do you remember King Spook by chance? I see a lot of those old creepypasta stuff being re-uploads. Yeah, I would talk to King Spook here and there. He was definitely a very different person. Like, he was kind of just on his own wavelength, and I hope he's doing okay. He seemed like he had some, mental health issues and stuff towards the end that really caught up to him. So, I don't know. Some people go through it and you have no idea, especially on the internet. I had a client that just recently passed, but he was 93, extremely mobile, lived alone. His mind was so clear and I miss him dearly. Oh, that's sad. Yeah, it happens sometimes. Life just comes to an end out of nowhere. The Paranormal Files? I don't think I've ever spoken to the Paranormal Files. It sounds like my kind of channel, though. The show. Alright, friends. Taxi driver stories. Let's get spooky. Hello, Nene. But I have been feeling a lot better since like cutting out energy drinks and shitty food and diet soda out of my diet. I have been drinking kombucha. I don't know if you guys are familiar with kombucha much, but I mean, I heard that's like decent for your gut. I mean, I could be completely off base though. Completely off the base. Wait, what did I just do? Dude, what the fudge? I'm trying to organize my windows here. You gonna play Resident Evil Requiem? I don't think so. I watched somebody else playing and it looked fine, It takes place within another mansion. So they're like back at the mansion of some place. I have no fucking clue. And I don't know, it seemed like this weird mix. It seemed like they were just like stuck in the same area of the mansion over and over again, if that makes sense. like the exact same area where you would fight the same zombies or like avoid and run from the same things over and over again. It gets so much better than the bit that I saw. Oh, okay, well that's good. Yeah, it's that's good to hear. I wasn't sure. I was like a little bit worried that it seemed like the game started off a bit slow. Game Boy Advance. Yeah, I would honestly say Game Boy Advance was like peak gaming. Maybe the Nintendo DS. What they really should have done with like all the Pokemons is just like never switch it over to 3D. Just like continuously improve upon like pixel art and just stick with that. Like that aesthetic is greatly underappreciated and like needed, I think, in the Pokemon realm. Now, I don't know if you saw the more recent Pokemon announcement, the winds and sun or whatever the fuck, or winds and waves. And you know, we'll see when we get there. I really don't know what to think about it till we play it. But didn't they just release a newer Pokemon like more recently that was kind of a flop a little bit? And I feel like they're already announced another one. It just seems like so fast. Pokemon Fiji Vacation, pretty much. You need your voice insured with Lloyd's of London. You have the most soothing voice. What's Lloyd's of London? They're gonna make me an AI version of myself. Keep me in a jar. The pixel art is so much better than the terrible graphics in new 3D games. Yeah, and it's like here, you know, it just doesn't run well. It just seems like kind of an embarrassment. Because, I mean, like, with that much money and that much success worldwide, you think that Game Freak would be, like, insanely well-funded and a well-oiled team of, like, thousands of people or something. How's Pradeep doing? He's good, dude. He is... He is over by the fire, his usual place, collecting his heat, his daily allotted amount of heat. Soul Silver, Heart Gold, those were good. I mean, honestly, I feel like the game really in many ways peaked with the Silver and Gold games, because it was basically like 2 games in one with like some cool like day and night cycles and all sorts of stuff. Hey Jenny. I love how Pokemon follow you and go. Yeah, I mean, that's cool. Thoughts on comments, they say some stories are fake. Well, that's understandable. I mean, if they seem moderately exciting, I feel like, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm just reading stories that you guys send in, so it's kind of hard to like quality check to make sure everything's like fucking spot on. It's mainly, you know, you're moving so quick with different topics, all that kind of stuff. At what age should people stop having sex? Probably 21. You're the dire hero, live long enough to see yourself become a soulless cash grab. True. But you would think, like, even with the cash grab, it's like the Monster Hunter games, like, they still try to, you know, make leaps and bounds beyond what they were before, but to see the Pokemon games essentially not even try, it just, I don't know. It just makes me wonder if they're just, like, cutting a bunch of costs to the detriment of their, you know, production process. Actually, listening to while working voice helps me ground myself. Hey, thank you, Moon. Good to see you. I got another McDonald's chargeable toy yesterday. We decided to make the drive-thru menu and cash register bots for kids to play with. Lame, I swear it's a brainwash kids or I think too much. I have no idea. Oh yeah, but whenever I went to when I went to this arcade within like the convention center thing, we were playing at the arcade and I won a bunch of tickets, and one of the things I got was like this huge electric top that you like wind up and then drop and it spins and it's like flashing lights, like almost like in a hypnotizing way, and then but it plays this music that's just like, I wish I had it just for you to hear it, but the music was really creepily hypnotizing as well in like this like 8-bit sort of way. And like my one friend, he has a child who is autistic, like, you know, pretty severe on the spectrum, and he was just mesmerized by this thing, you know, like would not stop like staring directly at it as close as possible. And it was kind of like the perfect toy for him, even though the music was like loud as shit and kind of annoying. But it made me think that would make like a really good creepy story of sorts. Okay. Like some sort of toy that you get at the carnival, but it like has some sort of cursed element to it, hypnotizing everyone, or like maybe initially you lose track of time. Anyways, let's get into the taxi driver story, shall we? My name's Lucy, and I'm a listener from the UK, and this isn't strictly my own story, but it's one that deserves to be told, and by the time you've finished reading, I'm confident that you'll agree with me. One Sunday morning, back in November of 2021, a friend of my dad's got up for work. David had worked as a cabbie for many years, so he knew the job as well as anyone, and he knew better than to work late on a Saturday night and risk someone puking in his taxi or trying to do a runner. And so instead, he used to skip the late weekends and work the mornings, which were must. 15 creepy stories about the Rizzler. Is Jim Carrey a clone? I don't think so. People were saying that like his signature, like, you know, when he does his autograph, that he's the, you know, he did the autograph with his new like plastic surgery face, with his right hand, but he's like left-handed. But then I looked back and found a video on YouTube from like 8 years ago showing him signing autographs, and he was signing those autographs with his right hand in that video as well. So he might just be ambidextrous. And I don't know, I feel more bad for him in the sense of like, you know, like existing in Hollywood long enough that all of the fucking weirdos over there can convince you that like getting plastic surgery won't make you look like a scary clown at a fucking carnival. Do you know what I'm saying? What about the eye color? Maybe he wore the mask from Jim Carrey's The Mask and now he has green eyes. I don't know. What color was his eyes? Who knows, dude? He might just be like, I'm telling you, man, like when you're in Hollywood, you just get so fucked in the head from drugs and hanging out with like retards all day that like you just think every idea is like a good idea, even though it makes no fucking sense, including like injecting big bubbly balls of chemicals into your cheeks to make you look like a fucking chipmunk / like ventriloquist dummy mix. Cool. This guy with the two cysts, stay cool cat. Thank you, bro. Good to see you. I don't know, man. I just don't understand. Like, you would think we would have like sick, nasty ass like plastic surgery by this point that just like reverse ages you, makes you look like a fucking K-pop model, but instead it just like turns you into literally a Resident Evil beast that's like being kept inside of a strange cage where they mixed like grizzly bear DNA and crocodilian brown recluse bite bullshit. You know, I don't know. I don't know what goes through the head. Like, you know what? That's the craziest thing is 10, 20 years ago, I always just thought like society was going to like wake up. But I'll be honest with you, everything that was like bad about society in the past, fucking DJ Khaled, plastic surgery, Taylor Swift, things like that, have just gotten worse. Everything just gets worse. There's no, like people get dumber. They get more like obsessed with like the most monotonous, soul-sucking nonsense, and that's just all you get. That's what you're gonna get in perpetuity, forever. I was watching the Steven Seagal movie last week, and this villain had the stiffest, worst 80s facial plastic surgery I've ever seen. It's scary. I mean, like, it legitimately looked like, when you look at him as like the Grinch, right? He had to sit there in front of, he had to sit there and have his his mask put on him, his makeup done for 5 hours a day, or maybe even 8 hours a day, to the point where he just like couldn't do it. And now it's just like you do that just permanently on your face. Like, someone had to, like, think about that. Someone had to sit him down in a chair. He had to get anesthetic put into his face or whatever, pass him out, and then just like cut open or inject into his face in all these weird ways. And somehow at the end, everybody who like did it is just like looks good. Like, is that not the same as just is Hollywood not just filled with a series of thousands of like Dr. Frankensteins? Because that literally seems like a Dr. Frankenstein monster that you're creating like every weekend or multiple. Like, I wouldn't be surprised at some point if Jim Carrey doesn't throw a little girl down a well. Like, that might occur. This is a joke. No, dude, go look up Jim Carrey before and Jim Carrey now. Like, he showed himself at some award show. I don't know what the fuck it was. But he looks like a creature from the Plastic Lagoon. How did I first get into this? Any tips for getting into story narration content? Well, I did it because I wanted to do a YouTube channel. I thought reading was, I thought reading would be unique. Come to find out that there was an entire, like, horror narration community. And then basically I just tried to do what they did the best I could while also doing, like, collaborations. And I was fortunate where, like, a lot of people that I'd asked to collaborate with were like, oh, I really like your voice, and I think you're going to go far. So I was just, like, sick. But now you kind of exist in this weird world where, like, to start with, like, narration out the gate, it's, like, so hard in general, even before all the, you know, influx of AI and all that kind of stuff, that now it's like you sort of have to put yourself in front of the camera and have, like, some sort of obvious human connection. Because in one of my more recent videos, I saw someone literally arguing with someone about whether or not I was AI. And I get it. Like, my intonation, my narration, like, it can feel AI-esque at times because, you know, some have said it's too good or it's too, you know, it's too, like, I don't know, methodical. I'm not really sure exactly, and I can understand it. But, like, to sit there and, like, argue with someone who's literally existed on the channel for a while, you know, and they even appealed to the idea of, like, going and checking out the live streams, it's, I don't know. But it's like, I have no desire to fucking show my face or do, you know, lose out on any of that privacy, you know, just because people say some stupid shit. I know it's pretty common to say that after 2019 everything has felt off. I think my perspective could be skewed since I'm a young adult and had to grow up. What are your thoughts? Well, I mean, it's definitely, like, since, yeah, the dawn of the Trumpian era, like, the sort of hyper-compartmentalization, or I guess the split, you know, where everything's, like, hyper-polarized as far as, like, politics go, to the point where, like, everybody's opinions are so down the middle of something most of the time that you can never really have, like, healthy discussion about anything at all. I think that really plays into, like, people's basically just making everyone kind of dumb or dumber, and you know, and normalizing, like, dumb decisions by people above them. So it just, like, is this perpetuating system, I suppose, of just making everything feel very, very soulless and corporate, while also, like, this sort of abstract sense of you're fighting against that corporate nature, but at the same time you've chosen certain corporate entities to be your, like, overlord gods, you know. And I wouldn't be surprised if that continues to, you know, break further down. If, like, if the United States were ever to break up, if every state no longer had, like, a governor, but just, like, some sort of weird CEO overlord who just, like, has the most money and gets to make decisions, and everybody just sort of, like, loosely is like, yeah, that's our king, that's our local king, and every dumb decision they make that I hate having to support, I support it. Do you think you need to share some Skinwalker instance fully Native American from Arizona? Yeah, those would be great. Anyways, I'm just rambling about nothing. The Corpo Wars. Yeah, I mean, and that's logically, like, the less as, like, a corporate entity that you have to hide your power behind, like, state operations, right? Like, it's nice to kind of create, like, a barrier where you sit there and pretend like it's the government making decisions while it's you and the, you know, money funneling process, like, making most of the decisions in the back, or lobbying, or whatever it is. I think eventually when they can take the mask off and just kind of be the king, based on their resources and like, control of armies and security and all that. I don't know if that'll be a good thing or bad thing, honestly. Probably a bad thing, because then they can just do whatever they want. So instead, he used to skip the late weekends and work the mornings, which were must-let. Oh my god, I did it again, must-let. And so instead, he used to skip the late weekends and work the mornings, which were must. What if I keep seeing the S's after less and just rotting my brain? And so instead, he used to skip the late weekends and work the mornings, which were much less rowdy and only slightly less busy. And that Sunday in particular was bound to be a good earner because it wasn't just any old Sunday, it was Remembrance Sunday. Remembrance Sunday in the UK is basically like Veterans Day in the US, a day to remember our war dead and pay our respects to them. Now, a lot of people choose to stop and stand still at 11 a.m., the same time that the guns fell silent in World War I, and have a minute's silence. And a lot of people get together at places like cathedrals or army places to lay wreaths and say prayers and stuff like that. Now, people sometimes have a drink after the services too. Nothing too wild, just a pint or two with old mates in memory of the fallen. But that means people needed taxis, so it was an ideal time for Dave to hop in his cab and go looking for fares. Now, from about 10 o'clock onwards, David started getting jobs ferrying people around the city to various church services. But he also got jobs taking one or two groups to the cathedral, which is where this big Remembrance Day ceremony was being held, probably the biggest one in the city too. Now, some of the people were wearing bits of old military uniform like berets. I hope you can get Skinwalker stories. Yeah, definitely look into it. Gotta go teach my roomies how to play a game, but I shall return. No worries. Yeah, Remembrance Day is when Let's Read streams every Sunday. First time catching a stream, I've been hearing about them a lot lately, so happy to be here. Hey, good to see you, Nightmare. Yeah, just chilling, just proving that I am a human, day in and day out. Hottest Ferk today, what's that about? Where are you at, Justin, right now? You love me? Love you too, bro. She wore a raspberry beret. Some of the people were wearing bits of old military uniform like berets and stuff, where they were obviously veterans of old wars or off to pay tribute to their old pals. And so Dave's having this little chat with them, asking where they served and when and all of that, and then what must have been at what must have been about 10:45, he gets a job taking someone else to the cathedral, presumably for the service. He pulls up outside a house not far from the city center, and a guy gets in the back carrying a large, heavy-filled backpack. He tells Dave that he wants to go to the cathedral, so off they go. As they're driving, Dave asks the man in the back if he's attending the Remembrance Day service. He says yes. They make a bit more small talk, and along the way somewhere, Dave runs into a bit of traffic. It turns out that there's road work ahead of him, so half the road is closed off and traffic's been brought to us. I gotta bring this down. It's like not at good height. My mom believed you were an AI voice, so I'm showing her the stream. Mother, it is I, the human. It turned out there's roadworks ahead of them, so half the road is closed off. Traffic's... Dave runs into a bit of traffic. Oh, God. I can understand why people think your voice today is just so smooth sounding. Yeah. Fucking hell, mate. I don't know. I mean, I probably need to put some overlay over the videos just saying, like, human voiced. Sometimes people just need to, like, see it, and then they can debate in the comments if they want. Do I have a serotonin syndrome? Do you think the Rizzler can save me? Yeah, we'll send a B-52 bomber to your house right now. Drop him from orbit. Hopefully he crushes you and fixes that issue real quick. There's no serotonin issues in heaven. Dick Snatch, thank you for the 5, says Joe. I just lost my job, but your stories have kept me looking forward. In the words of Hulk Hogan, hell yeah, brother. Dick Snatch, I'm sorry to hear about the job loss, but I do believe everything will work out as long as you keep trying your best. Thank you for the 5. It turns out there's road work ahead of him, so half the road is closed off and traffic's been brought to a near standstill as everything's been reduced to one lane. Dave realizes they're going to be stuck there for maybe 5 to 10 minutes, and then he looks at his clock and realizes if they stay there, the man in the back is going to be late for the service. Dave turns to his passenger and says something like, I think you're cutting it a bit fine here. I think you're cutting it a bit fine here, mate. I'd get out and walk if I were you, so you don't miss the service. I've also been playing Mugenics. Have you guys played Mugenics yet? I made it through the sewers, and then I was doing another run or whatever, and my cats on that run kind of sucked, like the random shit that they got or whatever. You're playing Mugenics right now, nice. Yeah, how far have you made it? It was generally pretty difficult to beat the sewer part. I was very close to getting murdered. You should have did a cat sound there. Meow, meow, meow. You unlocked the graveyard, nice. So is that past the cave? I don't know, I had unlocked the cave, but then whenever I was starting another run, so like what are you supposed to do? Are you supposed to, like, if you make it through the sewers, then you have to start all the way again from the first one, go through the sewers again, and then go through the caves, and then onward and so forth, like just one big long run? Because that seems pretty hard. Doing Michael Jackson sound. Dave turns to his passenger and says something like, I think you're cutting it a bit late here, mate. I'd just get out and walk if I were you, so you don't miss the service. Now, the guy is obviously a bit annoyed, but he doesn't get angry with Dave or anything because I imagine that he knew he'd mucked up by not calling the cab earlier. Dave even said that he wouldn't charge him for how far they'd gone because it hardly seemed fair if it was him who got them stuck in traffic. And if this was his first clue that something wasn't quite right, because the fella did... And this was his first clue that something wasn't quite right because the fella didn't so much as bat an eyelid at the prospect of a free lift. Normally, people either say, oh, no, that's not necessary, or at the very least, well, thanks a lot, that's so kind. But this fella didn't offer so much as a single word of thanks and instead started looking around as if trying to figure out where he was. Dave later said that he thought the guy was just annoyed about being late for the service because he looked and sounded kind of foreign and might not have known how to get there. And so as he's looking around as if scoping out a route, Dave starts explaining how all he has to do is walk straight down the road in front of him and he can't miss the cathedral because it's so big that he'll see it if he just keeps walking. Now you'd think the bloke would be very interested in that information, considering that he's about to be late for this thing. But apparently the same thing happened as when Dave mentioned the free ride. The guy in the back didn't seem remotely interested and just kept on looking through the windows like he was scoping the place out. Now after about a minute of this, Dave notices the guy looking over at this huge complex of blue-gray buildings which stood on the other side of the dual carriageway. He asked Dave what it is, and when he told him it was the women's hospital, Dave listened in total confusion as the guy basically said, "Okay, drop me off there instead." Dave told him he was better jumping out of the car right there, but the guy insisted on being dropped off in front of the hospital so he could walk from there. Now, he suddenly didn't seem all that fussed about making it to the ceremony on time. He seemed more concerned with the fact that there was a maternity hospital right there next to him. And I think it was about then when Dave realized the man in the back of his cab was up to something. He didn't know if it was drugs, cheating, or something more sinister, but whenever a passenger is funny about where they're going and what they're doing, it's usually because they're up to no good, obviously. But what did a fella with a big heavy backpack want to be dropped outside the women's hut? Hello, Joel. If you're reading this, I'm dead. Did you release your Killman switch or dead man's swatch? Like Jeffrey Epstein. He didn't make a fuss about us. He asked him a question. I think it dawned on it. Oh, wait. Oh, that's where it was. Also, it's really funny. So, like, dude, I've been getting, like, this is just, like, 2 people. But there were 2 rather rude folks over on my Patreon. You know, on Patreon, I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it's literally $1. It's literally $1 over there, right? To basically get early access to whenever I record the videos. You just get it before everyone. $1 hair. And so, like, really, it's at this point, it's just like more or less if you want to show support, it's really not that big a deal, and blah blah blah. Anyways, somebody, they were like, they left some comment, or like they sent me a message on there, and it was like, Joel, you haven't posted in like months. Like, what the hell? Do you think we're fucking stupid? What is your problem? You know, type message. And I, you know, messaged back, and I was like, what do you mean? I thought they meant the bonus content, because sometimes a little behind on that, right? And and so I sent them a link to the newest bonus content, which was relatively recent, and they were like, yeah, well, what about the regular stuff? You haven't posted in like 3 months. And I was like, maybe it's some weird issue on your end, but I've been posting there nonstop for, try not to be mean to people, because sometimes people are just stupid, which is fine. Or like, tech illiterate. City boy. Yeah, they called me a city boy. And then I linked them to like that day's, early access or whatever. It was like the most recent video, multiple hours before it came out on the channel. And then they just like didn't say anything after that. And I think that they must have just been stupid or whatever to not, because they didn't say anything. They didn't apologize afterwards. And it's kind of weird. It's like really weird to me. And at that point they had, I think, donated in total. It was something like $21. So it's just like strange to me how people, that's over the course of what, like 21 months. So they've been around for almost 2 years, be looking forward to the bonus, or not the bonus, but the early access. So it's just weird to me that they would want to support in the monetary sense like that, but then simultaneously like have no idea how to actually use it, or I don't know, maybe they're just like lost in the menus of it. But anyway, someone else was like, just kept leaving these comments too. I think I told you about this one last time, about how they were saying like that I sound like I'm reading to like a 3rd grade class, which you could see like those kind of comments on like videos or something. Maybe they don't like the narration, it annoys them, and it's the first time hearing it, moving on. But this person had been subscribed on the Patreon for like years, and they were like, what the fuck is up with the new videos sounding like you're reading to like a 3rd grade class or whatever? And then I just commented back, I'm like, actually it's 4th grade. And then they're like, oh, well, I'm sorry to sound like a bee, but it literally sounds like you're reading the kids or something. I'm like, what the fuck is going on with them? Like, do they have, the only thing I could think was maybe they had my recording set to like 2x speed or 1.5 speed, so I sounded like Ben Shapiro or some shit, right? And then but then they left another comment. They're like, I'm going back to the 2022 videos, back when it didn't sound like you were just reading to your nephew to fall asleep. And I'm like, what the fuck are you fucking, I didn't say anything back, but I'm just like, what the fuck is going through these people's brains when they leave comments? Like, they want to support you, they love your shit, but then they're like leaving the most brain dead comments that have no explanation. It just feels like earnest like rage bait, but it's like rage bait from like moms on Facebook, you know what I mean? Like, they're just like drunk on wine and have no idea how to operate a fucking computer. And I went back and listened to my 2022 videos, and I don't think my cadence with reading is like literally any different than what it's been now. I saw a comment from Saturn Joel before with the tune of "You guys are sick for enjoying stories about murder" type shit. That's kind of reasonable, I feel like, in a weird way. Like, I could understand why some people would be like, what the fuck? Vaccine brain rot, maybe. Who knows, dude? Sometimes jokes don't land. I hate when people think I'm serious. Sometimes it's hard with text and not in person. Yeah, I mean, like, if a joke is so dry and weird, it just doesn't make sense. But this person was, like, left 3 comments like they were genuinely pissed off. Joel, just know you have your core viewers that aren't going anywhere. That be included. Good. I hope all my videos get 297 views forever. No, I'm just kidding. With that cadence, no, like my normal reading cadence. You hear it in the streams here. You'll hear it in a second. Could have been a drug-induced rant. I mean, you really don't know that. You're in the sense, like, you really don't know who you're interacting with sometimes on the internet when they leave a comment. Like, they could be drunk, they could be high, they could be sleep deprived, they could be also, hitting the head with a hammer early in the day, So, like, you genuinely think everyone is going to think exactly like you do, but some people can't, like, their brains genuinely can't contemplate. Like, they can't, think of an apple in their head 3D and spin it and explode it and bring it back together, take a bite out of it, cast a wizard spell. It's people on Ambien. Yeah, who knows? Maybe. She's just, like, hallucinating. A couple of Swifties. Had my days where I make a mean comment and then I think back later, did I need to do that? Dude, same here, man. I mean, every comment I've ever left on the internet has probably been mean. Sometimes I say nice stuff, but it's just like, nice. This is great. I honestly seem more like an AI in my comments on videos than I do in my voice. Can you give us a taste of what it sounds like if you were reading to a 7-year-old? But what did a fellow with a big, heavy backpack want to be dropped outside the woman's hospital for? And as he asked himself that question, I think it dawned on Dave what a bad position he was in. Do I do comedy? I mean, I've always liked comedy since I was younger. I've always had an inclination towards, like, making jokes, you know what I mean? But I did, like, a stand-up comedy club for, like, a week, right after college ended. And then I realized that I just didn't have time for it, so I just like to make jokey jokes here and there. I'm trying to be less pessimistic or nihilistic or whatever. Me too, man. I realize, I'm like, you see this World War III bullshit pop off with Iran or whatever, and I like to think that things won't escalate, but it's like, my conspiracy brain starts churning where I'm just, like, so fearful that, like, basically this is going to be, like, the pretense for some type of, like, crazy false flag here in the United States that'll, therefore justify, like, completely glassing the country, but also, like, restructuring things here in the United States or whatever and all that kind of stuff. I'm not trying to be super pessimistic all the time with, like, the fear of whatever, but at the same time, having always thought those thoughts all the time of, like, black pill this, black pill that, I just need to, like, appreciate the time. We need to appreciate the time that we have. Sometimes you can't really control what a satanic pedophilic cabal is up to in the background. Like, you literally can't contemplate it or think about it. You just have to enjoy your time with Pizza Hut stuffed crust here on Earth. But you know what I mean. Just enjoy your time with family and your friends and try to create something before you go. Who fucking knows, man? You don't die from the bomb, you die from the fucking the radiation winds, or you die from cholera, or you die from your neighbor shooting in the back because they want your gas. All that kind of shit. I hope they start pushing the nukes so the aliens just come down and put it all in timeout. I don't know, man. I think we are the aliens, honestly. Am I going to war with Iran? I'm probably, dude, honestly, if there comes a day where they're like, we're doing a draft. I mean, I know I'm outside of the realm of, like, the draft age, but who knows? It might get to that point where we just, like, it's this well, it really wouldn't make any sense because, like, the past 2 military conflicts with Venezuela and Iran have seemed really quick, to the extent I'm just like, do we even need soldiers anymore? It seems like when we plan it out, everything just, like, can operate, like, almost instantaneously. Like, is the United States the only, like, actual military in the world right now. I don't know. It just seems really strange. Sorry. I mean, listen, everything I say is just complete. I don't fucking know what the fuck I'm talking about. You know what I mean? I'm clueless. You know, I don't know military operations. They blow my mind every time something happens. I'm just like, whoa, fuck. Didn't see that one coming. Oh, what the hell? Okay. China's military robots. Your wit and rants highlights the real and the masterful stories. I've fallen asleep to for 7 years now. I love this content. It's a great chat room every week. Hey, thanks, God's Light Salvation. Appreciate you, bro. Strange is not even close. Yeah. Pradeep. Yeah, Pradeep could run this shit. Listen, I'm not coming around here for you to know what the hell you're talking about. That's a good point. Yeah. Does anybody, though? It's always weird to me. I listen to so many different, like, political people who, like, have their takes, right? But I think the biggest frustration about, like, political people is that they're so arrogant. They're genuinely so arrogant that they know everything, that they got it all figured out, that their end goal, their solutions are, like, the one and only be-all. And the only way they usually defend themselves is by debasing their opponent and saying that they're stupid, which is fair. You know, it's a pretty effective strategy sometime if you want to, like, mobilize your audience against them in a weird cult-like manner. But I mean, if you have any sort of, like, introspection whatsoever, you will eventually realize that you're fucking dumb. Like, because not you yourself are dumb per se, it's just that, like, we as individuals are just, like, exactly that. Individual synapses and some larger connective consciousness that, like, just are in a weird way all interconnected, but at the same time completely incapable of, like, contemplating anything larger than what the fuck is, like, directly in front of us. What news outlets do I use? I just listen to stupid fucking shit that pops up on YouTube, man. I don't even give a shit. And honestly, at this point, I don't trust any of it, so it's like, it just feels exhausting to even, like, partake in it, because, I don't know. Do you think Iran will retaliate on American soil, like bombing or something? I mean, I hope not, but in my mind, I'm like, okay, you know, you hear about all the catastrophizing of what they want America to be like, right? The conspiracy perspective, you know, is that we're setting up this, like, weird AI grid where everyone's going to use some, like, digital ledger, like a Bitcoin wallet, and that you only get, like, so much money a month, and that you only, you know what I mean, and you can only travel so far. I'm not saying all of that manifests, like, at least immediately, right? But, like, the only way to really get there when you sit there and think about it is to have some sort of cataclysmic event that scares everyone to the extent that they're just, like, okay with whatever. They just want to get back to, like, normal, mundane, day-to-day life. And the only way to really do that is to, like, you know, go piss off Iran. And then whether or not Iran does it, you know, you can false flag your own country with some sort of, like, EMP or, you know, take out the president, or, you know what I mean, all sorts of things that can just, like, completely change the landscape of what we see the United States as. Because, like, law and order really, at the end of the day, is just, like, it's so thin. It's genuinely, like, so thin and can be it's so fragile and can be shattered at any moment. It can be you know, the Constitution can be ripped into shreds instantaneously, I think. But the only way to really do it is you need chaos. I feel like attacking 14 separate countries wasn't the right move. Says who? No, I don't know, man. Sometimes I'm just like, man, what would the world be like if... Well, who am I to say, man? I don't know what the fuck's going on. Maybe this is just how it needs to be. Maybe it's like chaos begets chaos begets chaos, and it's like, it's either the cartel running your country, or it's like some weird Epsteinian cult, you know what I mean? Like, you literally don't have an option. Law and Order is a great show, especially SVU, which episode which lasts longer than the war with Iran. Who knows, man? I hope for the best. I really like shopping at malls. I really like going on vacations. I mean, we literally live in, like, Elysium, and I feel terrible for, like, everyone else that has to suffer at the hands of our military. I really do. But what the fuck? Like, what the fuck are we gonna do about it? I have no idea. Everybody bitches and moans for, like, 100 years straight, and you just don't Nothing ever happens. Let's not do this now. That's fine. Let's just read some stories, shall we? I mean, you guys can talk about whatever you want. It's so hard for me not to fucking like fall down the hole of complaining about military operations. I mean, because what am I, everything I say is just so meaningless and pointless. I do want the best for the world, and who knows, maybe sometimes like a really direct strategic military action is the most effective method to minimize casualties of that sort, but at the same time, I can't imagine anything good manifests out of that, you know what I mean? Whatever happened to Wendigy stories on YouTube? Who's Wendigy? Barring some sort of blowback attack, they don't have the capability. They're not a genuine threat to the West having to use coded language on the YouTubes. Yeah, that's... I would hope, you know what I mean? I would hope it was just... I genuinely hope that we just exist in such a state of military superiority that, like, we seem like genuine aliens to, like, anything outside of the United States. And maybe we do. I don't know. Are you live streaming any Resident Evil games? I don't think so. I mean, I think I usually do, like, story-based games because they're just easier to talk with you guys, whereas anything with, like, action is just a little bit, like, hard to focus. Wendigoon? I don't know. I don't really keep up with Wendigoon, but I imagine he probably has a more recent video out or something. I have no idea. Maybe he got pregnant. Everybody's pregnant, guys. Everybody's having a baby and getting preg. But what did a fella with a big, heavy backpack want to be dropped outside the woman's hospital for? And as he asked himself that question, I think it dawned on Dave what a bad position he was in. He didn't make a fuss or start asking questions, but what he did do was lock his cab's doors, meaning when they stopped, the fella wouldn't be able to get out without giving an actual good reason why he'd changed his destination. If he showed him what was in the bag, he'd let him out. If he didn't, well, that was a different story. Dave waits his turn to go and then turns around and takes the road into the women's hospital car park. Now, he must have been sweating buckets, and somehow he kept his cool. And then when they stopped outside the front doors, the man in the back didn't even try to pay. And this is a private hire cab that wasn't an Uber where you either pay cash or pay by card, and by the end of the ride, it doesn't automatically come out of your account or however that works on Uber. Now, most people, when they're not doing runners, pull out their wallet or some cash as they come to the stop. This fella just grabbed his bag and reached for the door handle before they'd even come to a stop yet. But when he realized the car was locked and Dave wasn't going to let him out, he reached into his bag and detonated the bomb that was in there. The explosion blew all the windows out and sent all the bits of metal the bomb contained out with it. Now, you can watch the CCTV footage of the blast on the internet, so maybe go watch it instead of me trying to describe it. But my point is, it doesn't look like there's any way in hell that either David or his passenger could have survived it. Everything inside looked like it had been blown to pieces, but somehow, I suppose by some kind of miracle with it being a Sunday, one of the cab's front doors opens just a smidge, and Dave the taxi driver comes stumbling out, probably with his head banging and ears ringing. Now, he's obviously had the life frightened out of him because he tries to almost run away from the scene at first. But then a fella in a high-vis jacket goes running over to him to help, and Dave stops trying to run. He's got his hand on the back of his head the whole time, and I suppose because it was burned his shit smooth off. Need to play Left 4 Dead soon. Have you tried Warhammer 40k Darktide? That game's pretty fun. It's pretty much the same question. So my question is, does this ever happen to you and you're narrating, you realize that the person that's telling the story is really just not even a good person at all, or just dumb as hell? Yeah, I guess there's been many times where we've read stories and been like, what the fuck is wrong with them? Or, like the ones where it's like the girls on a train, and a lot of the women in those like sort of stories have main character syndrome where they think the world revolves around them and like somebody staring at them is somehow like the end of the fucking world and worthy of sending in a story or something like that. Hey peoples, what's up? Those stories definitely annoy me and I try to avoid them as much as possible. Feel like you want to start drinking again? She's not worth the trouble. Hey Oxy, what's up? Long time no pee. Don't simp, that's the lesson. What's simping? An old simpleton. Honestly, think they want us to be afraid so that we plant ourselves in one spot and don't go out for adventures, if that makes sense. Oh, that makes sense, yeah. It's like if you think about, if you're afraid, you either do nothing or you do everything all at once. He roasts people for their terrible stories, terrible grammar, at least every other stream. I've been incredibly respectable to all my viewers' stories. Never once have I judged their lived experience. Other than, like, the really stupid, retarded ones. Dude, the ones where the girls or women are like, yeah, I'm really attractive and every guy wants me. I know, it's kind of weird. Like, they really know how to jerk themselves off. It's awesome. He's got his hand on the back of his head the whole time, I suppose because it was burned, but also because he was checking to see if the back of his head hadn't been blown off. It hadn't, thankfully, and if you can believe it, I don't even think Dave even spent a single night in the hospital. I think the only fairly serious wounds that he got was that a bit of his ear was cut off by a piece of metal from the bomb. Fuck. Sorry. Pardon, schma. No person or woman has ever said that about themselves, describes them that way. No, we've had like multiple stories where like in the story, they will like go out of their way to discuss how like attractive people find them and then like wildly overreact to some homeless guy flashing them on the bus. Big deal. Big deal. That's entertainment. No, I'm just kidding. But you know what I mean? Like it's just stupid. I can't send Jill's stories because they're too specific. We will find where you are, Justin. We will find you at the base of Mount Fuji. They can't actually be women, though. I'm saying that they're for sure men writing as women. I don't know, man. That's a hard one to counter there. Who knows? Just all of a hot mess. Who is bow medium or filter and will pass gas if I have to? Hell yeah, let it rip, bro. Save it in a jar if you can. You could sell it online. Hey Pats, what's up, dude? Yeah, I feel like usually younger people are a little bit more self-obsessed, you know. Usually a bit more skittish, self-obsessed, self-absorbed, that kind of thing. Main characters type syndrome personalities. Hey zombie. I think the only fairly serious wounds that he got was that bit of his ear was cut off by a piece of metal from the bomb. That and his hearing's been quite seriously affected by how loud the explosion was. On the other hand, the passenger in the back seat was blown to bits. And although someone tried to drag him out of the car thinking the whole thing had been some kind of accident, the whole car was soon on fire with flames licking out the windows and his body being burned along with the car. Finding out was horrible. My dad knew it was Dave before it was officially named because he recognized Dave's car from some of the first images released. But to find out who the bomber was, we had to wait, and it was a very confusing process. First of all, we heard his name was Enzo Elmeni. But then it was announced that he changed his name while living in the UK, and that was... His name was John Pork. Hope I'm keeping well. Yeah, doing good, doing good. Honestly, life couldn't be any better. I was briefly a little bit sick, and once I got unsickified, I realized how easy it is to like actually eat not dog shit, and suddenly everything's perfect. But aren't each of us the main characters in our own story? Yeah, but a lot of us know how to, like, be a little bit more self-aware and contain our self-absorption. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, behind closed doors, we're going to be, like, the primary focus on everything we do, all of our own self-judgments and all that kind of stuff. But, you know, to not be self-aware enough to impress that upon others, I guess that just takes experience and, like, somebody being like, "Oi, fuck's the matter with you, mate? What you obsessed with yourself for all the time? No one gives a shite." And then this first time you hear that, you can, like, you know, you're like, you know what? My parents never told me I was a little asshole. Someone else out in the world had to do it for me, and, you know, I think that's probably for the best. I've been there lately myself, dealing with mouth ulcers. So much fun. Mouth ulcers. Interesting. What was that related to? Mouth ulcers. I feel like there's like a cure for that, or like a reasoning for what the purpose of it is. First of all, we heard his name was Enzo Almeni, but then it was announced that he changed his name while living in the UK and that his real name was Imad al-Swilmin. We were then told that he was a refugee from Syria, but then that was quickly corrected when someone found out that he was Jordanian, and that he might have been trying to cheat the asylum system by claiming that he was from Syria, which had a war going on at the time. Everyone was obviously thinking, this guy's a terrorist, nothing else to it. But then there was a weird twist to everything. Firstly, Imad had been sanctioned not long after arriving in the UK sectioned? Sectioned or sanctioned? I have no fucking clue. Being young, vain, and sheltered is part of the human experience in your early 20s. True. I agree. At least part of the Western experience, for sure. The sun is the main character. It was here before us. Dude, sometimes I kind of wish that, like... I mean, maybe we do. Maybe we do have a culture that secretly worships the sun. But the sun is truly a... Cthulhu-esque beast, when you think about it. It's like without its existence, we die. Getting to any changes to it, it literally shifts the seasons. And if you stare at it too long, it literally blinds you. You know what I mean? Like, it's just it's an immense creature, whatever the fuck it is. Totally incomprehensible to the human mind. I mean, even whenever the earth of which you live inside is, like, next to it, you're just like a pigment upon its solar flares. Even if it, like, even if it lets out, like, a little fart, it could completely shut down everything on Earth or flip its axes and cause chaos. Like, it's just interesting. It's an interesting thing that I think we should respect more. Kind of like Cabin in the Woods. Yeah, what was the deal with that? They, like, worshipped some giant, or they sacrificed people to the giants so that they didn't destroy us or whatever. Nonsense talk. What's the matter? We can't appreciate the sun once in a while. Do you know that females' gender love what they hear, and unfortunately my gender love what they see? It doesn't matter what you look like. I'm in love with your voice. Thanks, dude. I appreciate you. I'm not a fan of the heat of the sun, but man, when that light touches you, it's so amazing if you're stressed. Yeah, it's really important too. I think sometimes the fact that I'm so nocturnal, it generally does fuck with my sleep as well, because, you know, the synthesis of, like, I think vitamin D with, you know, through your skin, and the absorption from the sun is, like, wildly important to, like, generate melatonin to tell you when to go to sleep and all that kind of stuff when the sun goes down. So, fucking, I don't even know what I'm talking about. And it's the reason Joel is the only scary story originator I've stuck with for a decade. All the others I fell off because they were either a man looked at me help, or I definitely saw a Wendigo. Of which, imagine if you got looked at by a Wendigo. Okay, Napoleon, let's read some stories. Firstly, Imad had been sectioned not long after arriving in the UK, after walking around town waving a knife and shouting at people. And for the folks who don't know what sectioned means, it's when someone is detained under the Mental Health Act, not arrested as such, but detained for their own safety. He spent some time in a unit, took some medications probably, and then when he gets out, Imad decides that he wants to convert to Christianity. Apparently he got involved with the Church of England, saying that he wanted to settle into his new home by taking the local religion and changing his name. And then when we found out which church it was literally chilling because it wasn't a church. The place Imad had been planning on attacking was the very same place that he'd been going to undergo his conversion. Wait, what does it say? Roki the Fur with the 5 gifters, my favorite furry. Welcome, Kafer Taxi, Joni, Londold Brun, Mother Frickin' Frick, and I'm your Huckleberry. Thank you, Roki. Good to see you. How are the roads treating you? You're worried about this guy? You're worried about the guy that blew himself up in the taxi? Guys, this guy just blew himself up in my back seat. I'm worried about him. Roki, welcome back for 10 months. I've decided to hire someone else to run the tow company while I collect the profit, and I'll keep traveling and driving truck. Bro, that's brilliant. Can you, can you, like, open up multiple tow trucks in different towns and stuff and just, like, have a huge monopoly? I think you totally should. Or at least, like, get a game plan for something like that so you can just retire and chill and go to furry conventions. The place Imad had been planning on attacking was the very same place he'd been going to undergo his conversion. And as you can imagine, everyone found it outrageous, but it was all a massive headache for everyone too, because who was this fella? Was he like an actual terrorist or just a mental case? And then from what I can tell, it was a case of him not being a terrorist and then suddenly was a terrorist. I think he would have done or said just about anything to stay in the United Kingdom, to the point some people think that he faked that mental breakdown with a knife so they wouldn't be able to deport him because of all that human rights stuff. It definitely looked like he faked his conversion, or that he at least changed his mind about it, because he stopped going to the cathedral a few months after he was finally confirmed as a Christian. Apparently he'd been baptized 2 years before, but the priests or vicars or whoever wanted to make sure that he was for real. And they had him coming back for years before they finally confirmed him. But it seems that that might have been nothing more than an attempt to trick the immigration services because, like I said, he stopped visiting not long after. And I heard that 2 days before the attack, Imad called his brother in America and told him he was planning on doing something bad, quote-unquote, as he put it. And that proves the whole thing was planned ahead. And then, when the police searched his flat, they found evidence that he'd been building the bomb for months before the attack was ready to go. And the fact that he chose to attack on a Sunday, and Remembrance Sunday too, has a scary sort of significance to it considering all the conversion stuff. And then we found out that after his flat was searched, police found a prayer mat and a Quran and all of that, so he obviously switched back to Islam before he tried to go through with his plan. Now, I just wanted to say that some of my best mates in school growing up were Muslims, and the fella in the shop around the corner from us is from Yemen, and he's one of the nicest guys you could hope to meet. And so this isn't me trying to bash anyone by telling the story, as I know they're not all like that, and I know not all asylum seekers are out to take advantage of a system meant to help people. But we gotta be more careful, because psychos like Imad are out there willing to do and say anything to try and cheat that system, and when they don't get their own way, they're finally told no, and that they're going to be deported. They're going to lash out and try to hit people where it hurts the most. And like in Imad's case, when he saw a maternity hospital with newborn babies and decided it was the perfect place to take a bomb. Yikes. Roki, thank you for the 5 gifters again, too. Shane King Kronos, XOXO Aaron, White Yisdom, and Jonathan Garcia. Welcome, friends. Thank you, Roki. The Ghost of Yotai 1 is 140. What is it? The game itself. Thank you, Roki. Guys, you now have access to bonus content from the good Roki man. Our favorite pup. And Ambird, thank you for the 5 as well. To Stephanie, Aiden in Paynden, Carolyn Jackson. What's that say? Alby Creative Studios in Zarna. Thank you. Favorite pup? I don't know. I'm just joshing. I'm doing a big josh. I'm feeling really joshy lately. I feel like if you're a furry, wouldn't you want to be called a pup? Oh, you love it. Okay, perfect. I'm actually crazy, like for real. I hear voices in my head. I see shadows, but keep it under control and don't act on it. I'm a controlled freak. That's okay. I'm supposed to be Joelin' my shit. Jorkin' my Joel. I'm just draking and joshing around, guys. When you think about it, some lakes can farts. It just kills all living things near it by carbonated gas. Yes, the planet can be scary if wrongfully timely located there or just bad timing or place? Question mark. I don't know, man. I don't even know, man. What are you guys even talking about? My name's Pete, and since I'm from down under, I thought that I might give you the old traditional greeting there. G'day. Now, I'm retired these days, living out the rest of my days in peace here in my native New South Wales, and while I've done a lot of different things during my working life, I spent the final 6 years of it driving cabs around the bush. Life out here in rural Australia got its own sort of rhythm to it, though. It's a lot of farmland, so the days start nice and early, and I'm out picking up people from their farms or little towns scattered across the bush. The roads are mostly dirt tracks or long stretches of highway with nothing but gum trees and kangaroos for company. They're alright in the day, but at night, you gotta watch out for them because they'll jump out into the road and scare the living daylights out of you. Now, it's nice and quiet, though. Really quiet, in fact. And there are never any jams, only ever the odd tractor holding you up, and those that you can just pass. But that means that we charge much less. An Aussie story, I know. We need more Aussie stories. Send them the frick in. What's up, Call Me Carter? How you doing, dude? I'm so happy right now my son in the army isn't going to be deployed with all this stuff going on. I hope he gets to come home soon. I miss him. I hope so too, man. I hope nobody has to go to war for some bullshit. Born too early to go fight in the Middle East. Born too late to fight in the Middle East. Born just in time to fight in the Middle East. Hey, Dan the man, how you doing? Why do we cook bacon and bake cookies? Oh, I guess it's just the term bake means just like in an oven, right? And do we cook bacon? It's on a griddle, right? Or like in a pan. Would you call? I guess you would say cook bacon. Cook eggs, cook bacon, cook grill? No. You broil the bacon? That actually does sound kind of good. Putting it, that's like 450 degrees, broiling it towards the top of the oven. It actually sounds really good. I wouldn't mind having some broiled bacon. Ambird with the 555. This is my birthday in a couple hours, so I decided to give some memberships to my favorite area. Thank you, Ambird. Happy early birthday. What are you going to do? What the frick are you going to do? You should go see a movie. I heard the Iron Lung one was good. I tried to purchase a subscription, but it wouldn't process, so I would continue after this live. Hey, no worries, no worries. Sometimes YouTube can be a little weird. You gotta check it at 8 minutes. Oh, wait. Check what? Broil bacon. Oh, right. Yeah, broiling seems to be really quick. In which case, do you put it in the air fryer too, just to see what that tastes like? I feel like I'd like to try that. Maybe put like a baking sheet down or some shit. Some little bit of tin foil. I think the baby is going through a sleep regression, so I'm glad I got to catch it live. Oh yeah, what's a sleep regression? Why is a hot water heater called hot water heater when a cold water they need to be heated or hot water is already hot? I don't know. Air fryer or convection speeds it up. Okay. What's up, Alyssa Boyd? Good to see you. Okay. What am I even doing? But that means we charge much less for much longer journeys, considering a simple run to the shop could be 25 Ks each way. Fuel prices are a killer, same with the heat in the summer and the fog in the winter that makes driving legitimately dangerous. But there's a real sense of freedom and community that I wouldn't give up for anything. Everyone knows everyone, so chats in the cab are sometimes like catching up with old friends. Lots of runs or locals headed to town for groceries, doctor appointments, or to visit family. You get the occasional farmer banned from drink driving stuff too, so every so often you'll get a stretch of picking up a Ned and Acabras and... Picking up a Ned and Acabras? The fuck is an Acabra? Oh, like a cowboy hat. That's hilarious. Oh my god, that's hilarious. I'm laughing my butt off. You ever had beef bacon? It's like brisket. I do believe so at some point. It's been a while. Oh shit, Supreme Zero Gal. With the $20, thanks for all the late night streams helping me stay up studying the veterinarian school. Your content has kept me sane the last 6 years. I appreciate the hard work you put in. Thank you so much, Supremo Girl. Appreciate you. It's a huge dono. Very, very, very kind. And best of luck with veterinarian school. Honestly, we need more veterinarians. Are you going to work out with, like, in the sticks or in the cities? And Roki, thank you for the 10. Says, sitting next to my boyfriend while he plays a game, and he randomly kissed my feet for attention? Question mark? My tail's wagging. How about you? Thank you for the 10, Roki. What game is he playing? Akabra. What the heck is this? Akubra. Is this right? Akubra? Akubra. You get the occasional farmer banned for drink driving stuff too, so every so often you'll get a stretch of picking up Ned and Akubra and work boots. You'll get the occasional farmer who's banned for drink driving as well, so every so often you'll get a stretch of picking up a Ned and an Akubra and work boots who's off to the sale yards or to pick up some supplies. And then once his ban is all served up, he says his goodbyes, but you stay mates. And then there are the older people who don't drive anymore, and I'll take them to bingo or the pub for a yarn. Tourists pop up now and then, wanting a lift to the national parks or the wineries, and back to the airport once they're all done and dusted. It's all pretty laid back. You end up hearing some riper stories along the way. Ripper stories. Ripper. My mind seriously runs over itself that I can't say one word but two at once, like terrible and horrible comes out torrible. Yeah, it's okay. Happens sometimes. Take your time saying the words. I think one of my favorite snacks to eat is venison summer sausage from the local meat market. Is so good. That sounds yummy. Hello, Joel. Your live stream is a breath of fresh air after hearing all the gloom and doom news right now. It's okay. What car do I have? I don't want to say, because then you guys will find me and slash its tires. A Wendy's Baconator. Dude, I heard some of the Wendy's were going out of business, like they were shutting down a few thousand stores or something. Is that true? Can anyone confirm this is probably the worst news since the end of the world? Is there a horror channel that influenced you to make major changes in your style after you had already been established? When was I already established, though, I guess? Or, like, what do you have, like, a time frame in which you, like, or, like, kind of an example of what you saw? Because, I mean, it definitely shifted over to the True Scary Stories vibe, you know what I mean? Once kind of deviated away from the creepypastas and stuff, and that made a huge difference. I would set my car alarm off because of opening it too fast. It happens. It sucks when Wendy's goes under in several locations. Wendy's is objectively the best burger serving fast food establishment, easily accessible nationwide. You know, I genuinely agree. I think Wendy's burgers are some of the best. The other stuff's okay, but I mean, obviously you got Five Guys and other stuff like that, but I don't know. Compared to all the other, like Burger King, McDonald's, I really thought Wendy's burgers were like elite. What percentage of your stories do you think are actually true? I think it's 150,000% of them. Probably all. Like sometimes I tell stories and then they come true later. What does people not want? Never frozen beef? I don't know. It seems like it's not. The nice thing about Wendy's burgers is that they're not made out of kids. Do I like Burger King, McDonald's more? I personally, when I would eat it, I always liked Burger King's fries, and I felt like the burgers at Burger King were a little bit more professional, whereas McDonald's just seemed like a bunch of slop, you know what I mean? And it's I don't know, the presentation of the burgers at Burger King seemed a little bit better, but I haven't been there in quite a bit. Read my earlier question. By established, I just meant once you are successful enough to quit nursing gig, and if there was a one YouTube horror channel that was the most influential, etc. Oh, word, yeah, I mean, I really haven't changed things too much up since like 2017, whenever I started doing the True Scary Stories trend, of which obviously was very heavily influenced by like the success of, initially it was Mr. Nightmare, and then I started seeing all the other narrators like Corpse Husband and Beat Busta, Lazy Masquerade, Your Maker. You know what I mean? Like they kind of went down that pathway. I'm sure some others as well. I'm sorry if I missed them. Oh, even King Spook, dude. Like, I remember like those guys were getting in the hundreds of thousands of views per video around the time that shit was popping off. And I remember I was like, me and another narrator we're like, we're never gonna do that, man. It's too like, I don't really like the stories, and then one day I was just like, fuck it, dude. My channel's not like really that successful. I'm just gonna try to get more views, and then I did that, and then it worked out, and now we're here. I mean, I'm sure that's kind of why I did the Saturn Soul as well, because I thought like, the way you get more views in the realm of actual YouTube is to have visual elements really heavily tied to it. So I was trying to do like the documentary style videos, but it's kind of tough to get those to pop off, to be honest with you. A lot of the videos over there have been like demonetized and fucking, age restricted. So I think that genuinely kills momentum. But I don't know, maybe I need to release like once a week maybe or something. I'm not sure. They're closing some Wendy's. Play the backgrounds while reading stories. I mean, yeah, actually having some gameplay footage in the background I think would be decent, but it would greatly increase my like render times. I am getting a new computer soon, so maybe I could get a better like rendering software that can just like bang out some stuff. I don't know. I would like to like take the channel to the next level, if that makes it weird. Like, if you guys have any ideas on how to like what would be good to go with like an hour-long narration, I don't know. You know what I mean? But I'm open to whatever. Or just, me working out in the background would be pretty funny. Something to stare at, I feel like would go pretty hard. Pretty much, yeah, reading smut. Smut 1, Smut 2. Membership, gift, or donation. Probably membership gifts, because, you know, it's kind of like giving to people instead of myself. I really don't, I'll be honest with you, Roki, I really appreciate all your support, but I myself personally don't need anything anymore. I'm very fortunate that things are just kind of like fine, you know. I remember the live where King Spook had a mental breakdown and said some crazy heinous stuff. Oh, he did a live stream like that? Damn. I thought it was just like he just disappeared one day. I don't know, man. I remember he was nice to me, you know what I mean? But I think he had a lot of problems because I think he was like, what's that called, where you like think you have a lot of health problems but you don't actually? Because he would always ask me about like symptoms he had, because he knew I worked in like healthcare, and then he would tell me about him and I'd be like, I think you're fine, buddy. I think you're just like, you know, yeah, I think he sadly suffered from some type of hypochondria, which obviously was one of the symptoms of something beyond that as well. So, you know what I mean? Like, I feel for the guy. He was a talented narrator, obviously had some issues, and just, I think it's for the best that he moved on with his life, you know what I mean? If it was really causing him that much stress. And Roki, thank you for the 10 membership gifters too. Golden Rule Girl, Mary Wilson, Mojo Love and Life, Madison, Ellie Moffett, yes, the tie is cast, JL, Watch Liker, and Jesse B. Welcome, friends. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you so much, Roki. Very, very kind of you. Our Wendy's shut down years ago and hurt my heart. Damn. The pup is on a mad run. The pup is ripping and tearing. Do you have A&W there, Best Burgers? I don't know. I remember like we had what the hell is that place called? Like, it's like the fish place. John Liver Silver's, Long John Silver's, sorry. And like that was like in, you know, they would do a cooperative, they would do a collab with A&W, or they're from the same company or whatever. Long John Shitters, yeah. Those were good. We don't have that anymore, but you get the A&W and like the frosted mug. Do you remember that? That shit was so fucking good. They had like frosted ass mugs at a Long John Silver's. It was Psychosis Silver's. Yeah, every time you bite into a hush puppy, you could see the fucking future. Hypochondriac tennis come from trauma, need of attention, not to be shallow. No, it's fine. I mean, like, I'm sure there's all sorts of reasons, but I'm sure there's, like, if you're sitting there worrying about your health, like, obviously you're gonna, like, have a hyperfixation upon other negative things as well, of which is going to, like, manifest into, I don't know, I think, yeah, sometimes, like, obviously if someone does have mental health issues and is a threat to themselves or others, like, yes, there needs to be like legal intervention for that, but sometimes if it's just, all it is just words, you can't really judge them too harshly because they're clearly like going through something. I say that as the next person that does that to me, I'll be like, that fucking freak. Really enjoyed your Deep Web stories. That's how I found you. Your channel popped up at the end of another channel I was watching, and I've been listening since. Thank you, Zombie. Yeah, the Deep Web stories go hard. The worst are hypochondriacs who refuse to go to the doctor. Yeah, because I'm sure a lot of them, the doctor's like, all right, you need to move on. Kind of pissed Ruby Tuesdays is basically gone. Hooters had one location left in my state too. Yeah, I remember we used to have a Hooters as well, and they've robbed us of that. That's the America that Trump took from us. It's all pretty laid back. You end up hearing some ripper stories along the way, and you end up getting to know pretty much everyone as you go about your travels. But that means when you pick up someone new, it's almost like a special occasion. You don't go being nosy and all of that and start prying into their personal lives, but there's definitely an element of, well, who's this guy then? And it was no different the time that I got a job picking a fare up from a pub late at night, and a pub that I was very familiar with and I'd never seen him before. This guy's wearing a black hoodie, dark jeans, and work boots, and he's come staggering out of the pub, and right off I'm assuming that it's someone that I know who's had a skinful. Now I'm smiling to myself thinking, now, who's this clown? But when he gets in the cab and I realize that, like I said, he's a total stranger. God, that sounded so weird. Yeah, RFK Jr. is going to every fast food place in setting C4 as we speak. They're all going to go off at the 250th anniversary of July 4th. If weed makes you freak out, you should try shrooms. And if shrooms makes you freak out, you should try LSD. And if LSD makes you freak out, you should try DMT. And if DMT makes you freak out, you should lick this toad. And if the toad makes you freak out, you should jump in a fucking tank with sharks. I'm smiling to myself thinking, who's this clown? But when he gets in the cab, I realize that, like I said, he's a total stranger. I start dialing it back, right, because I'm about to start joking around and saying, what are you thinking, you dickhead? The wife's gonna have your balls in for... Now I start dialing it back, right, because I'm about to start joking around and saying, what are you thinking, you bloody dickhead? The wife's gonna have your balls for earrings. You just look at the stadia. But then I can't say that to a total stranger now, can I? So I dial it back, wish him a good evening, mate, and all of that, and then ask him where he's off to. Now, the guy says he's headed to his mate's house, and he sounds pretty sauced when he tells me he's not 100% sure where it is. But if I take him to this one particular road about 20 minutes drive away, he'll be able to direct me from there. It turns out he wasn't from around there, which is why he didn't know the area very well. But that wasn't a problem at all, and I promised that I'd get him where he was going, even if it did require a little bit of teamwork. He didn't seem all that talkative, but that was fine by me. Not everyone fancies a chat. But I did have to convince him to take his hood down so I could actually see his face. It was dark out, and he had this hood right up over his head so I couldn't make out his face, and I joked that he was making me nervous, and he did take his hood down, but he didn't laugh or really anything. Now, he was just deadpan, with his dark hair and eyes, and he also looked like not that much older than a kid, to the point where if I had to guess, I'd have said that he couldn't have been a day older than maybe 22. He was just a kid, so while he was acting a bit weird and moody, I wasn't scared or anything, not at all. Now anyway, we got to the road and wanted... What is the Supreme Milkshake Combo? Fuck, I have no idea. Did you watch Hamilton's Pharmacopoeia? No, what was that? Oh, it's a show. 2016 documentary series, 3 seasons. In the docuseries, Hamilton Morrison, son of Oscar-winning blah blah blah, explores the history, chemistry, and social impacts of some of the world's most unique drugs. Oh, interesting. It's kind of like a Vice documentary stuff. Meaning cross-state travelers, truckers, and a lot of the town tech and construction workers end up in my neighborhood staying at a hotel, so we have a lot of fast food and hotels and crap here. Yeah, sounds like all of America, pretty much. 2016, that's old. It is technically old, but man, it's, 2016 came and went pretty fucking fast, bro. I cannot believe it's been 10 years since then. Anyway, we got to the road that he wanted me to drive him to, this really long one which houses on either side, spaced out, mind you, and one that led deep into the bush. What is this fucking saying? What was I doing in 2016? Just going, same shit pretty much. Living with roommates, going to the gym, had a girlfriend, doing YouTube, fucking... Thought it all made sense, mate. Oh, bitch, you know what I mean? Bitching about politics, but all that shit. The bush is like the countryside in Australia. Anyway, we got to the road that he wanted me to drive to, and that's really... What the fuck is this saying, man? Did I dump her? Did she dump me? It was like a mutual thing. It was like... She struggled with a lot of stuff. Pick up a video and go to sleep. Get some sleepies. She took a big dump on my chest. Yeah. A mutual dumping. We went into a porta potty and just let it all rip. Anyway, we got to the road he wanted me to drive him to. This really long one, which houses on either side, spaced out, mind you, and one that led down. What is this fucking saying? This really long one, which houses on... Is this saying with houses on either side? Anyway, we got to the road he wanted me to drive him to. This really long one, which houses on either side. I assume it's going to say houses. Spaced out mine and one that led deep into the book. That has house. You would assume it has houses on either side. It seems like it's trying to say like it houses something on either side, or like. But I assume with houses. I don't fucking know. This really long one with houses on either side, spaced. Okay, yeah. Using which is an unconventional use of grammar. Oh, okay, maybe. The slime from a banana slug is a natural numbing agent. I learned that during survival school when I was in 7th grade. Good, we're gonna need that one day, I promise you. Anyway, we got to the road that he wanted me to drive him to. This really long one with houses on either side, spaced out, mind you, and one that led deep into the bush. Now we're driving down and I'm slowing at each house asking him, this one? But each time he shakes his head and asks me to drive further down the road. Now I thought it was pretty funny at first, thinking that this guy had been so smashed when he'd been to his mates and that he genuinely couldn't remember where it was. But then after going past maybe 5 or 6 different houses over the course of about half a mile, like I said, spaced out, I asked him if he was sure that this was the road that he was after. Now he just mumbled something about how we needed to keep going, and then after I think 3 or 4 more houses we stopped seeing any and it was just bushland on either side of the road for maybe another half a mile. Now this was after he told me to keep going and how his mate's house must have been at the end of it. Now I knew we couldn't find anything because I knew the road, but the customer's always boss here, as they say, so I drive him all the way down till there was nothing but trees in front of us to show him how that there was nothing there. I told him, there you go mate, nothing there. Should we turn around or we head into Guantanamo Rough? I'm gonna delete Watanabe. I do not give a shit about. Alright. Aussie, UK, and US English can get really divergent sometimes. That's true, yeah. She said the dog was too much for her and it attacked her boyfriend, so I guess they shot it. I wish she either gave the dog back or not say anything. I think she did it to hurt me. Yeah, some people are fucked up in the head. Like, some people kind of like overlook like sociopathic tendencies in people, especially to get back against exes and stuff. It's, I don't know, man. You can't handle a bit of darkness in a gal. No, I don't know, man. Like the thing about people having like really, you know, ongoing issues with like depression and things of that nature, it's just like, it's such a drag for everybody else around them that you can like try and like carry them for a while, but whenever it starts to just like consistently like drag you down with them, it's almost like, you know what? I think I would almost be a lot healthier just existing along my own self. And really anybody that would argue in opposition to that, I just don't think that they understand. Who is your favorite celebrity, the one you would want to meet? Probably like Michael Ironside. Remember the guy from Starship Troopers who was like, Rico, you know what to do. Or like he was the voice of like Sam Fisher. He was in The Machinist with Christian Bale. He got his arm ripped off in that movie. And he was in Get Your Ass to Mars, Total Recall. You don't know her. You know Michaela. Basically Michelle Obama. Me and Michelle Obama could play one-on-one basketball. He's the guy from Total Recall. See you in the party. See you at the party, Richter. Just, they sucked his brains out. Don't think they'd understand. That's a very polite way of saying desperate for a relationship. Well, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what people want to do. Some people, you know, can handle the mental health of other people for a long time. I personally can't. You know what I mean? Like if someone like briefly, like, you know, if someone's giving me a lot of smoke, if that makes sense. Like you get a lot of smoke from a relationship and you're just like, this is even like remotely mentally exhausting to the extent that isn't like, you know, two normal people mentally exhausting type stuff. You know, you kind of have to look out for yourself in that situation. Otherwise, you're just going to like trap yourself in a long-term scenario that's just going to be harder to get out of. It's like sitting in fucking quicksand. I feel for people suffering with mental illness, but you got to heal yourself first before bringing someone else in your life. For sure, yeah. I agree. Once told Joel it felt slightly off and he cut me off for an entire month. Yeah. I said, later, skater. Will carry me. You'll carry me in the boats, throw me over your shoulder. Sounds like boundaries. I guess so, yeah. You don't believe in sticking it out with your true love? No, I don't. And I don't think that person was my true love if, like, that was that much of a struggle. I mean, like, if I was with someone for fucking 40 years, you know, and we're like we have grandkids and shit together, and they went through like a really hard time because of, I don't know, their favorite veterinarian office got exploded by an ICBM or something like that, I would understand it taking a while for them to get back into working order, but yeah. He was a skater boy. She said, see you later, boy. And then he fucking shit his pants. Yeah. And that's the thing. That's a good point, too. You would never stick it out with a true love. You know, you wouldn't force yourself. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that language in and of itself is, like, weirdly coercive, unless you were just being sarcastic, but it's whatever. Struggle to move bed and move around furniture, but I guess I have balls like that. Move bed and move furniture? What do you mean? Like strength-wise? My dad's side immigrated here in the mid-50s as political refugees, so it's pretty wild. What about it? Did their veterinarian office get exploded? There's nothing wrong with not wanting your peace disturbed. Completely understand. Be chill or just go away. It's not hard to be just chill. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of people, I mean, yeah, I've really seen it. I mean, honestly, I'm loosely okay with the fact that, like, if it never really pans out or I can't find someone that seems peaceful in my, you know, coexistence, then that's just how it's going to be. So no emotional support from you. Listen, I feel like the way you're trying to frame this is it's almost like you're projecting yourself into my ex-girlfriend, right? And you're trying to portray me as like someone that's not in support of it. I'm not going to go further into it, really. Like, it's really not a big deal or really that deep. Just know that it was difficult to deal with, you know? And that's it, you know what I mean? It's like I don't really have to explain further. I don't have to like defend myself against some hypothetical argument that doesn't even exist. Like, it's just, I don't even understand what you're asking. Just made a batch of boxed macaroni so good it'd make Gordon Ramsay cry and shit his pants. I told him, well, there you go, mate, nothing there. Should we turn around or we just headed off-road? But all he did was mutter something about me switching off the car. I asked him to repeat himself, and he said that he wanted me to switch the engine off so we could talk. Now, I'm not adverse to a little heart-to-heart with a passenger. I mean, we're like mobile bartenders like that in a way, listening to people's problems, suggesting solutions, or just being the proverbial shoulder to cry on. But this guy was making me nervous. Call it a hunch, or just call it that I'm not too keen on stinking drunk strangers, but I wasn't a lot more wary than I think it's the way it came up from how you said it. It sounded like you have no tolerance for any kind of non-happiness. See, that's once again, you're extrapolating like what I said to like a made-up scenario in your head. I think your interpretations of what I said are completely just wrong. Like, I don't know. I don't really have the desire to like defend myself from the false interpretations of reality that you seem to be forming in your mind. That's not. I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at anybody here. I just think like we're completely miscommunicating on what my experience was. It's just that sometimes some people have mental health issues that cannot be assuaged, right? And that it's healthier for that person to go on their own way and healthier for the other party to go on their way than them trying to like make it work in a perpetual state of like dragging you along with them. You know what I mean? Like, it's just healthier for everyone. Like, and you'll figure it out. They'll figure it out. You got to be an individual in life anyways. And it's like, so what is the point of sucking energy from someone else? You're mad at me always. You're always mad at me, but that's okay. Guys, I'm always pissed. I'm a big pissed off Pooh Bear. I'm the pissed off panda from Reddit. You guys remember that meme? Pissed off panda. Top text, bottom text. I'd be like, I'm gonna fucking beat you up. Sometimes sticking around becomes enabling and they go get help once you're gone. I think that's exactly what I was playing out in my head as well. I didn't quite articulate it that way, but that's a good point. Yeah, sometimes like, I don't know, I think some people like literally like they like depression and all of these like mental health things become such a strong point of their identity, and they see that they get certain amounts of attention from it, that it eventually, like you said, puts them in a nonstop direction of having that tied to themselves. You know, from the time I was young, I always was sad. And it's just like, sure, I guess, but why try? Well, you know what I mean? Like, there's so many other people throughout like time who have been like in a not so fantastical state, right? And in the same way, like, it's, you know, making that point of like, I had an intolerance towards non-happiness. You know, it was almost, in fact, I would say it's the opposite, where the person who is in the like victim mentality of like nonstop mental health issues has like a nonstop tolerance for any happiness. It's like they actually find a deeper degree of like reward, you know, pathways in their brain for being in a perpetual sense of dissatisfaction. It's like it constantly continues to creep back into their, purview every time that they finally are able to escape it. And maybe it's, who knows, maybe it's demonic, maybe it is a hormonal issue. Who fucking knows, bro? Who fucking knows? And at that point, it's just like, well, I can't understand your brain. You can't understand your brain. And I don't really have the time to make sense of it for you. So best of luck. Love you. Appreciate you. Peace. And then I turn into dust like a Marvel movie, and 50% of the rest of the earth is killed as well. Hello, Joel, can you please tell me your best joke? I'm not in an awesome mood. All right. Women's sports. Call it a hunch, or just call it that I'm not keen on stinking drunk strangers, but I wasn't a lot more wary than I'd normally have been if it was someone asked me to Alright, you want another joke? What's the most fat phobic thing on earth? Heart attacks. How do we say it? Call it a hunch, or just call it that I'm not keen on stinking drunk strangers, but I wasn't a lot more wary. I wasn't? What is this saying? But I was a lot more, maybe I was a lot more wary than I'd normally have been if someone asked me to turn. No, it's not the drunk strangers. It's the part where I can't tell if it's I was or I wasn't, because it says I wasn't. So here, but I wasn't a lot more, it's like double negative, and it's really fucking confusing. But I wasn't a lot more wary than I'd normally have been if someone asked me to turn off. Oh, okay, I think it's I was. I don't know how they did a double negative there, but it's Weez was Kangs, yeah. As someone with depression, it's 100% feels good sometimes to be sad, because being happy isn't the easy thing to do, but that's no way to live, being sad. It's lame, and life's so amazing and worth living. I agree, yeah. I mean, sometimes you need, I genuinely think sometimes that people just need like tactile projects to do. You need to put on your autism headphones, you need to go to the gym and just like fucking throw weight around. Like genuinely, you need to go someplace where you have a task in front of you, which is lift that fucking weight up and put it back down carefully and not hurt yourself. And something about that hour and maybe a little bit of cardio and not eating like shit all the time might actually make you feel like you've at least simulated your purpose on this earth. Or maybe like going out into the garden and cutting, grass for each individual blade of grass with scissors. People don't know who they are, how to be satisfied with themselves. They don't want to grow up as a person. Sometimes, yeah. I mean, I think a lot of like our mental health crisis in the West, you know what I mean? The United States, Canada, the UK, Europe, all that bullshit. Like, I think a lot of it just comes down to the fact that we have like too much, you know what I mean? You've constantly lived in a perpetual state of decadence that like leaving your house isn't really necessary, and like that's not too fun. Like if a dog was just like, was born a sheepdog, and the sheepdog like just has a doghouse to stay in all day with no sheep, and really just like infinite food and water being handed to it, like that just seems like it's gonna be not put you in a great headspace, because deep down that you're destined to go herd some sheep, but you don't even know what that creature is or what it looks like. Our brains are still cavemen. All this is too much. Yeah, I think so too. I think things are could be a lot simpler for you. Probably. Turn off the phone and go camping a little bit, maybe. I got a joke for you to lighten your mood. What did the mama buffalo say to the baby buffalo when he left for school? Bye, son. That's a good one. Somebody had a joke last time I thought that made some sense. Something about like meat or pork, or I forget what it was. What did one dinner plate say to the other dinner plate? Dinner's on me. Hey, Pete. I need more enrichment in my enclosure. Yeah, I probably just need like They need to put drugs in our water supply. Oh yeah, that's right, Sir Lion. But I think they meant to say sirloin, which Sir Lion makes it funnier though. Primal urge to go gathering goes to the flea market. There you go. On your way from the flea market though, you should just start pulling on a bush. Start tugging the bush. Looking for berries. What's the matter, Beth? Why are you sad? You're never sad. I don't think you've ever been sad in here like one time. Call it a hunch, or just call it that I'm not keen on stinking drunk strangers, but I was a lot more wary than I normally have been if someone asked me to turn off the engine. But I did as he asked all the same, and then with just a hint of nervousness, I asked him what he wanted to talk about. Now I turned around in my seat a bit so I could see him and saw a youngish guy with dark hair and dark squinty eyes who seemed very nervous about what he was going to say. I let him take his time and then tried to prompt him based off of his body language by saying, "You've been having some dark thoughts, have you, mate?" Now he nodded, and I thought that I had it right on the money, but I didn't. I was slightly but crucially off. He told me that he'd been thinking about hurting people. Not himself, but others, and that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get all those dark thoughts out of his head. He felt angrier and angrier at the world with each passing day, and he knew it was only a matter of time before he hurt someone. And the longer he waited, the worse it got, and to the point that he couldn't stop thinking about it, like, what the fuck? Stop thinking about what it'd be like to kill someone. That's true. Stuff just happening around, it's minor, but it put me in a goofy headspace. It's not sad, just tense. There's a grizzly bear outside, isn't there? Some diagnosed with PTSD with stress, anxiety for domestic violence and other issues. Anyway, I find helpful is to get out in nature, ground walk around barefoot in the mud, become one with nature. Hell yeah, dude. Become a monkey. Could you imagine if people went number twos like dogs, just chilling next to your boy while he stops in the park, looks you dead in the eye, only to drop his pants and make eye contact? Yeah, just chit-chatting. I remember sometimes like pissing in front of other people, like especially out on a trip, is a little bit awkward. But I remember one of the strangest feelings I noticed was like there was this sort of stone wall between me and a friend, right? Just imagine like we're out in the woods and there's one of those like old stone just structures, probably from an ancient dead civilization of giants, and it goes up about to waist height on me. And then for whatever reason, that like just that stone wall, I was able to stand behind it, be at waist height, looking a friend directly in the eye as I took a piss. You know what I mean? There was something about just that like level of privacy where I'm like, oh yeah, I can go now. You know what I mean? It was very weird. Whereas like normally sometimes it's almost like you get like gun shy trying to take a whizzical. Maybe it was the eye contact. Yeah, wiener's out, eye contact. We were having a great time in the woods. Nature's so healing for depression, stress, anxiety, PTSD. Go walk around. Yeah. Walk around barefoot after it rains. Go take a walk by the river with the water flowing. It's so healing. I agree. Do I listen to Mr. Ballin and all? He seems super successful, but also weirdly outside the realm of why you do Mr. Lazy Nightmare Masquerade. You know, I don't really listen to anybody, to be honest with you, like as far as content goes or any sort of stuff within my realm. I've listened to him, and yeah, I'm happy for him. He seems to be doing good. Honestly, getting a dog helped me so much, gave me a reason to get my butt outside because I had to for my baby puppy, and now I don't want a day without a walk with my boy for both our benefits. Yeah, that sounds perfect. I like to answer questions with farts. That'll be my next stream. All Q&A, all just straight ripping it. He gave up on Ballin? How come? Isn't he putting out more content now? He like went from running that like media empire and doing only like one video every, you know, once a week or once in a while to like now isn't he doing like 4 videos a week? Isn't that crazy? Like how the hell is he putting out 4 videos I don't know, it just seems crazy. Huberman talked about how being outside decreases cortisol and stuff, so science supports it too. Yeah. Huberman deserves 6 more wives. He needs a whole concubine harem. He must have his own editors. Yeah. Joel, 4 vids a week when? I don't know. I mean, if it got the views, but like if I did 4 videos a week, I think it wouldn't get as many views. I'm curious if Mr. Ballen's like views have drastically went up since increasing, because sometimes like in the realm of YouTube, you almost want to do like 1 video a week so it maximizes the amount of views on one, you know what I mean, like view to work ratio type stuff. But it does seem like a way to like really burn yourself out. Maybe he's trying to like make a bunch of money back like really fast or something. I have no idea. I would definitely lose my mind. Hey Joel, do you plan to have an April Fool's themed stories like Scooby-Doo-esque silly spooky stories with some actual horror twists? Maybe like the bonus content would be funny, because you could like actually do some funny stuff with that. Is there an exclusive group text with all the big horror YouTubers? No, I don't. If there is, I'm not in it. They don't invite me, they don't like me. I usually assume big YouTubers have their own editors. I mean, yeah, probably him. I mean, I don't really need an editor because it's just audio and I can burn through it way faster than me sending it to somebody else. I mean, I have my editor over on Saturn Soul and the podcast, which is obviously a huge help. He's pushing DraftKings. I don't really like that. I despise like gambling. I despise all that kind of shit. They've been like asking us to like sponsor like the GLP stuff, you know what I mean, the GLP-1 stuff, the Ozempic and all that, and I'm like, dude, people do not need fucking Ozempic if they're just like fat. You know what I mean? Like I generally think it like probably fucks you up way more. I don't see anybody sponsored content thanks to sponsor blocks, so my opinion is unsullied. My local hard rock station pushes DraftKings, who cares? Yeah. Are you still a part of that Mr. Ballen project? What's it called? It was Twist of History. No, that got canceled and killed and stepped on and smushed. All my dreams smashed into bits. Just kidding. Gambling is low-key disgusting vice. I know, dude. I mean, what the fuck is the point of it? It's not like there's like literally any benefit out of it. Like, I mean, the whole, just the concept in and of itself is sleazy, right? Like, there's nothing that comes, because I mean, like, what? Like, I get it, but it's not. There's not a single person that's just like doing gambling for fun. Like, if you do it all the time, it's almost like actively promoting smoking or something but it's like smoking that drains your bank account way faster. My son is in the ICU nurse and he sees a lot of Ozempic sick people. Dude, I mean, there's definitively going to be commercials late at night that'll be like, are you or a loved one a victim of GLP-1 agonist medication? You might be entitled to compensate. Like, you know for a fact it's coming. There's so many negative side effects to it, bro. Gambling preys on certain types of people's brain mechanics. I agree, yeah. In Vegas, we have gambling machines even in public bathrooms. It's crazy, dude. And it's weird because like you can see it more and more in like every type of video game as well. Not just the loot box, but just like how the game plays out. All of the RNG effects related to it just like give you a certain sense of, you know, superiority over another opponent because you like lucked out on some shit, you know. Are your organs turning to dust? Are you or a loved one another victim of Dane's evil schemes? Same with the COVID-19 vaccines. I mean, maybe, dude. Who knows? I saw, like, wasn't it something they weren't allowed to publish shit about the COVID-19 stuff for, like, 70 years? Like, any of the negative, I don't know. There was something where it was, like, negative effects were barred from being published to the public for, like, 70 fucking years. Like, holy, you're not even going to be alive in time to be mad about anything. Unless you can count cards, then gamble away, I guess. I mean, like, my friend, he plays poker professionally, and he's done really well. And obviously, like, he's never taught me how to play or whatever, but there's obviously a skill to it because he pretty consistently over a period of time makes a shit ton of money. But it does seem quite frustrating, too, on, like, whenever the card you're hoping for is just a complete flop. I take an Ozempic alike for diabetes, and I would never ever recommend anyone to use these drugs with anything but life-saving reasons. Yeah, I mean, if you have like irreversible diabetic situation, like I understand, but for someone who just like wants to lose fat, you know what I mean? Like you saw different streamers, you know, like different people who like clearly could just go to the fucking gym, have a chef or someone like, you know, dictate their meals for a day until they, you know, fucking lose weight or look better or whatever, but instead they are basically like forcibly starving themselves. Like I generally don't see it like as any different than like eating a fucking tapeworm. GLP-1s are even working their way into vet med for use in overweight animals. It's crazy, man. It is crazy. And it's scary too, because like there's this one, you know, peptide, because I guess they are technically peptides or something, but there was one called like retatrutide. And you see all the people in like the bodybuilding realm like promoting the retatrutide, and it's like a triple work, you know, it's like a mixture of like a GLP-1 with something else. But as soon as I heard like the GLP-1 involved in it, I'm just like, guys, how can you promote this, man? This shit is like any sort of form of GLP-1, I feel like is going to have some pretty long-term negative effects. Losing weight too fast never ends well. I mean, like it's like slowing your gut motility, which ends up fucking with your mental health. And then on top of that, it's like, I've heard that it eats into your bone density, it eats into your muscle, all of the, you know what I mean? All of the stuff that like keeps you alive longer. Like literally one of the biggest determining factors for how long someone's going to live is the amount of, well, not like the giant fucking steroid muscle head, you know, type bodies, but like if you have more muscle in your body, you know, it basically is, you're just going to live longer, correlated to that, primarily because it's like whenever you have too much glucose in your system, it doesn't sit around in your bloodstream and clog it all up. It gets sucked into your muscles or gets used. I gotta lose 30 pounds, induced pounds. It sucks in winter to even try. Well, you gotta try. And once you figure out how it works, and you can just keep replicating that process, and eventually you'll enjoy it. And the longer he waited, the worse it got, to the point that he couldn't stop thinking about what it'd be like to kill someone. And that was my chance to get a word in, because I had a thing or two to say about what it meant to take a life. I told him it was something that he didn't want to know, and while he thought that he did because of how angry he was, he actually didn't know what he was asking for. I told him the dead come back to haunt those who take their lives, that ghosts are real, just not in the traditional floaty white sheet sort of way. I told him all that from the heart, from experience, but he didn't seem like he was listening, or rather, he just didn't agree. He told me that he'd heard all that stuff, all the old cliches, how it feels wrong in a way that can't be put into words, and he believed it too. It just hadn't changed his mind. He still wanted to cut someone up, feel how warm their blood is coming freshly out of their veins, and he wanted to watch the life drain from someone's eyes too, knowing that he was the one to do it. I told him he didn't know what he was talking about, that life wasn't a movie and that killing was... Would you like to date Joel, would you like to date if you ever come to Northern California asking for a friend? Yeah, I'll go, yeah. For sure. For sure. But I'm only going to date El Chapo if he's in the area. He seemed like... Or El Mencho. Wasn't there a guy, like that's when Mexico was going nuts, that guy El Mencho or whatever died, or I don't know who the fuck died, but it was because of his girlfriend. Like his bodyguard was escorting his girlfriend to his house, and so the private military, whoever it was, followed the girlfriend to that hideout, and then they were able to raid it and kill him or whatever the fuck. I feel for people in this stage where they're trying to lose weight, doing everything right, just not seeing results. That's when it sucks, and you just gotta keep going. Yeah, trust the process, and don't be afraid to try other things. I mean, that aren't pharmaceutically induced. I told him he didn't know what he was talking about, that life wasn't a movie and that killing was a chaotic, messy, and terrible thing. And I'll never ever forget how when I said that last part about chaotic, terrible, and messy, that little bugger smiled. He kept a smile as he told me that that's what appealed to him, that he'd been thinking about it for so long that he couldn't take it anymore. He told me he had to kill someone, and that night was the night he was going to do it. Now there was this moment of quiet, him smiling and looking at me under his brow, and me just staring back at him thinking, this prick's gonna try and bump me off, isn't he? After giving me some little speech that he'd probably written in his mom's basement. Now I think he saw it in my face too, that he'd said too much, and I knew what he was planning, so he went for me. He pulled a knife from his hoodie, and then leaned forward between the two front seats and started slashing and stabbing at me with it. But his swings were wild, and with me leaning forward in my seat to reach under it, he only had an arm and my hip to stab at rather than my head and neck. I still wasn't safe though, not yet. But that kid couldn't have had a single bloody clue that who he was. I went to a casino with a friend of mine after years, and I go in and I had a little too much to drink and sat down with some random people, and they literally paid me $100 to leave. That's awesome. Would I trust you to be my nutritionist? I don't remember you ever talking about being a nutritionist in chat, would you? Or have you? Are you like just starting today, or? My older sister is three times her normal body weight. She's on a weight loss shot. She's going to be dead at 50 if she continues to live the way she does. Nah, yeah, at that point I kind of agree. Like, if you really fucking need it, if you're going to be basically in a casket, which is just so sad, you know what I mean? Sometimes I see people where I'm just, I'm not trying to put anybody down, but you go to, you know what I mean? You go to the fucking store or gas station or fucking random restaurant or whatever, and you just see someone who's like literally just blobs of themselves is like hanging over the edge of their chair or over their gut, and you just know for a fact that like every single fucking day of their life is like an insecure mess of insanity, and then it gets refilled with stuffed crust, and it's just like so fucking understandable. It's so understandable, because I mean, there's really nothing stopping me from being that way, but so many fat activists are dead now because they refuse to change. I don't really understand where that came from. Like, I understand there's been a lot of like stupid woke stuff like throughout the years, but I really, 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 one of the funniest parts about all of it is I really don't think that like a single person can rally around fat activism. Because like what is that, like who's sponsoring that? Fucking Oreos, fucking Jersey Mike's subs, Pizza Hut, like all the people you sponsor to like, you know, champion any of it are literally, like you said, going to be fucking dead by the time they're 40. Like, you don't need fat activists. You literally just need like the smells wafting out of your pizza shop. You just need a fucking commercial. High fructose corn syrup subsidies. That's so weird. Is that actually subsidized? Like putting just like the worst possible form of sugar into your body is just subsidized? Do they ever do anything good with subsidies? Like, is anything good happening ever? Do we have to have like every ounce of hormonal disrupting pile of like just fucking slop shoved into every aspect of our diet? Why do they hate us? Why do they hate us so much? Like, every aspect of our existence is just to like destroy us. Joel on my PC and Joel on my phone are slightly out sync. Damn, what the hell? Subsidies nuts. There's also a point at which you have to draw the line on extreme obesity. Yeah, I think so. Like, I never, growing up, I didn't like being, joked about being pudge or whatever, as a kid. It does create a lot of insecurities in you as a. And then at the same way, it's like getting older. I didn't go out of my way to like make fun of anyone for really anything. I mean, behind their backs, yes, but not to their face. Like that to me, that's the evil part. But really, I guess it's funny too, because some of the biggest haters of fat people are just like other fat people, which is hilarious. But at the same time, I would never advocate, like we've had shows and entire billion-dollar industries of fitness to like get in shape, right? Get in shape, be a better you, love yourself, all these things. And it's all true. It's all fucking true. As long as you don't overdo it and hurt yourself or something. But like this idea that somehow you can create the opposite industry, you know what I mean? It's like having a construction business and like promoting like we're going to build amazing infrastructure, but then also advocating for like terrorist attacks to be like done on that infrastructure and being like, what? It's just terrorist attacks, guys. What goes up must come down once in a while. Come on. Is this pre-recorded? No, this is, just hours of me ranting. We are not considered worthy of being called human. The elites have literal God complex. They think that their so-called secret knowledge and entities entitles them to a whole earth and not us. It is sad, man. How do we even fight that? My only prayer is that people within their rank and file, like in their weird cult that do all their like operations or whatever, will just fight, fight back internally or create some sort of internalized civil war within like the CIA or Mossad or what, like those weird sort of operations that seem to like fuck over society but somehow have like some grandiose purpose within their ranks. Like I hope some of them just like have a heart eventually. Problem with a lot of health things, some are just huge scams to take advantage of those people, just like the looks maxing bullshit. Dude, I don't even know how the looks maxing stuff seemed like such a joke, but it really does seem like it's a community that's growing, I guess. Hey Alicia, what's going on? Hater tots. I just ate fried cheese. I made it. It was delicious. If you made it, that sounds good, honestly. Clavicular. Why, like, clavicular gets mogged on? That's the only thing I've seen of him, but I mean, like, what? And then it was like, some people were asking me about his opinions on stuff, and he just said, like, politics is stupid, raises your cortisol. And then that's it. That's, like, his opinion. His entire philosophy on anything is just to, like, stand there, look as hot as possible, have no thoughts, have no interests, have no anything, and just, I guess, like, wait to procreate, or I don't even know if he would even enjoy that. Maybe he enjoys nothing but like some, never-ending sense of vain self-judgment, which is fine. Everybody's got their hobbies, I guess. Carol Williamson, thank you for the 2. Says, hi Joel, hi Butterstalk Cold, so glad I'm here. Good to see you, Carol. Thank you so much for the 2. Regardless whether you fight or flee, either way, a lot of us are going to die when they mobilize the world's forces to enslave us. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we got to come to terms with death. Would you rather collab with Markiplier or Corey Kenshin? I feel like Corey would actually probably be more open to a collaboration. He seems a little bit more like, you know what I mean, like day-to-day, down to earth. That's not to say Markiplier's not down to earth. He seems like a nice guy, obviously, too. But Corey seems like he'd be in the group chat. You know what I'm saying? He's not wrong. Politics are stupid. I agree too. I mean, honestly, what is the point of like constantly having like a drip feed of what's it called, cortisol in your, you know what I mean? Like everything that gets recommended to me on YouTube is like some sort of catastrophic nonsense, Like I realize at this point, like my entire YouTube feed is like basically a bunch of like gray level Fortnite loot boxes. And I'm just like looking for, I'm like just hoping one of them is like a blue loot box or like a pink loot box, or imagine a legendary loot box video. But there's just nothing. I'm like, my entire timeline is so fucked. There's just like not a single thing where I can ever again gain any new information or satisfaction from any form of like YouTube entertainment video. Have I seen Kenny versus Spenny? I have it. The one where they're like farting is funny. Farts are funny, man. Useless eaters, I know. And it's weird sometimes because I look at like how my existence is, and in like many ways, we really are just going from consumerism to consumerism, where I eat food, and then I drink a drink, and then I go do this thing to like keep myself busy, hoping to eventually, I don't know, be something to somebody, to procreate, and then I'm in charge of that thing, and then that thing eats the food. But at the same time, I think that's a beautiful thing, and that's what life has been forever, right? Procreate and entertain yourself. But this like sort of, like I can see, but the thing is, I can see why people who are in like tremendous amounts of wealth, I can see why they would perceive us as like useless eaters. But what the fuck are they? Like, unless they're like some sort of interdimensional being that hasn't touched a single morsel of food outside of like sucking our, adrenals completely clean, like what are they? They're the same fucking thing. It's just they're going to be, like, you can get rid of humanity, sure, whatever, and you'll have your little AI robots to take care of everything forever, and you can reap the spoils of a lowered population that you can control through mind control or whatever. But you're still eventually going to have internalized conflict within oneself, whether you're immortal, or not. Like, someone is going to be infighting here. Like, it's never going to end. This need to centralize power, this needs to centralize resources between the elite. They're never going to be happy. They're all just a bunch of King Joffreys who will forever... And there's no end game to it, really. It's a cripple fight. How do we deal with the person that thinks, acts, and do things 100% opposite than you? This is hard. Probably going to have to put them in jail. I consume too much, I game, collect, so I'm just organized hoarder in the end. Yeah, but I mean, you're an organized hoarder because that's what you like to do. Everybody's hoarding something. You look at your bank account, you're trying to hoard as much wealth. You look at, your fucking food pantry, you're trying to hoard as much food as you can. Like, it's just... That's what we do as humans. Like, we want banana. I want more banana. I want more sex. I want more, I want more anybody that's a competition to me. I want them dead. Like, that's like, we can put it in different words, but it's the same thing. Everybody wants to be some fucking war chieftain. That's just what we are. And that's what we always will be. There's nothing more to it, sadly. And I like to imagine that we have some sort of grander spiritual purpose. And maybe that is the grander spiritual purpose, to fight against that which we are innately, the flesh. But it's frustrating to think that like the elites never actually have to like challenge themselves spiritually. Like it's almost like their spiritual awakenings is like, how can I be more demonic and more selfish? It's like the complete opposite of like what we strive after. I just want to live a quiet, peaceful life. That's been my only aspiration ever. And I think you can have that for sure. It's just that eventually a big nuke's going to go off, and you got to be all right with that. Or move to Argentina, where the winds don't blow. I still wasn't safe, though. Not yet. But that kid couldn't have had a single bloody clue he would... I still wasn't safe, though. Not yet. But that kid couldn't have a single bloody clue who he was getting into that cab with. Not a single clue. Because he only got about 3 decent jabs into me before I pulled something up from under the seat, stuck it under my arm so the barrel was looking right at him, and then bang, bang, bang. It was all over. Now, this was way back before Port Arthur and all the buyback stuff, so I was able to keep a handgun under my seat for anyone who tried to rob me, or in that case, worse. I'd also done 2 tours of East Timor. East Timor. You think humans are inherently bad or evil? I don't think so. I mean, evil, bad, badness, good, it's all quite subjective. I mean, we all have like what you would say like a universal form in which we want to be treated. A lot of that revolves around respect and, survival and things of that nature. But I mean, and then extending from that sense of survival and comfort and peace and joy, all of those emotions that we feel, Anything that deviates from that is just like all forms of what you would call or deem via words or vernacular bad or evil. But to sit there and say that we're inherently that, it, I guess, begs a larger question as to, like, has it ever been any way different, or could it be any way different, or, you know what I mean? Could a human coming out the womb not beg for the milk of their mother right out the gate? Of course they will. They always will. They need something to survive, and the manner in which they get it is through expressed cries and language, you know what I mean? It's, we need something constantly. And I guess as long as everyone adheres to that certain sense of, like, you know, preferential treatment that is geared towards, you know, cooperative survival, then I guess you would say everyone is on the same side. But yeah, there's some people who just, like, have things that are wrong with them, for sure, that deviate from, you know, enabling the ability to survive, and I guess that eventually manifests itself in greed and all of, you know what I mean, all of the grand 7 deadly sins that have been known forever. No matter how we put on, you know, no matter how we put it into words, it's going to be the same old song and dance. Hey, Bezabelli, what's up, dude? Mother's milk. You have to teach your kids to be good and how to behave. I agree, yeah. Otherwise, yeah. And that takes time. It takes time. It takes, like, one person, right? There's always going to be, like, one person whose, like, IQ, you know, evolves past that of, like, a monkey, where they're like, I think we would all do a lot better if we organized how we planted our crops before the winter comes. No, I think we should all just plant our own stuff, and I don't even know what winter is. We should kill him. And then they crack your head open looking for gold. Have you dove into the Emerald Tablet rabbit hole? I have not. No, what's that about? Is that Scientology? What is winter? I do think humans crave order and structure. For example, the introduction of religion as a form of social organization, but I don't think humans are inherently bad or wrong. Yeah, no, I agree, and I still think, like, law and order can exist. I mean, I do believe. I worry that, like, I look at societies that still utilize a heavy amount of, like, religious organization to their hierarchies and structures. They seem, you know, they don't seem as good as the other ones. And so I worry that things could fall further into that in, like, Western nations as time goes on, and it's pretty scary. Hey, Mike Arrington, welcome back for 35 months. Joel's voice is the best drug ever. It certainly is. It'll make you see the future, the present, and the past all at once. I think in the last 12 years, we've seen a big uptick in a certain type of people immediately assuming the others mean the worst possible interpretation of something they say or do. I guess because it's entertainment, you know, and I think there's a lot of, like, individuals who usually rise to anger the quickest. They get this, like, in the more recent, like, past decade, maybe more, they get this certain feedback loop that if they get angry, they get results because it shuts someone up or whatever. And then they feel justified in their anger. They feel justified in their accusations and how they act. And to me, it's just like a feedback loop that needs to be nipped in the bud early. Like, if someone's going to have, like, a bad faith interpretation of what you say, well, I don't want to completely shut down conversation with that person entirely, but they certainly need to be called out more so amongst their ranks. Otherwise, you're just going to, like, perpetuate that, and it's going to breed like a virus in people's minds that, like, meaningful conversation shan't not exist. How do you say this place? Timor? Timor. Okay. Oh, we did miss Alex Love. Welcome back for 56 months. Yo, hope you have a wonderful night. Much love. Road to 5 years. What is that, 60 months? That's crazy, Alex. Thank you so much for sticking with me. Really appreciate you. It's wild. The only way anarchism would work is if human nature itself changes. I don't really know why people want anarchy. I mean, it's only useful to a certain degree to cause, like, chaos, and then you come in with your, cartel order, and then you take over. But really, it's just, once again, you're right back to where you started, if not worse. India is highly religious, yet the corruption there would make the corruption in the West shocked. I agree. I'd also done 2 tours of East Timor in my 20s, when the fighting was at its worst too, so when I say I know what killing a man is like from first-hand experience, I'm not kidding. Killing a man in war, it's not a natural thing. People say it is, but it isn't. If it was, it wouldn't follow you around like a bad smell for the rest of your life, and you wouldn't think about the people you killed so often. If they had families, what they did before the war, and what they might have been doing after. A good man doesn't want to kill. He has to. And he spends the rest of his life wondering if he really had to do it, or if things might have been different, if this or that had or hadn't happened. But the lad in the back seat, he wasn't a good man. Or he wasn't even really a man, just a kid. But you know what I mean. He was a bad seed, born with the devil in him, as the old Nana used to say, and there was nothing else I could do but put him down like some dog. Now, I was hurt pretty bad, but I also knew that I needed the crime scene left exactly as is, so I ended up running to the first house that I could find and banging on the door. The people inside thought nothing of helping me out, stopping the bleeding and calling the police, and an ambulance showed up not long after, and I had to drive to the hospital to get stitches while the police took a look at the scene after I'd told them the whole story. It was a pretty open and shut case on their end. The kid still had a knife in his hand, leaning forward, and he'd been slashing so wildly that some of my seat was just completely shredded. Now, that wasn't even the only knife that he had on him either. He had another, a smaller one in the pocket of his jeans, and then an even smaller one jammed into the side of one of his boots. It was clear who the aggressor was, no doubt about it. And so there was no arrest, no court, nothing like that, just fair dinkum cobber and on you go. And now, that silly little bastard is just another one of the ghosts that follow me around, making me wonder why the bloody hell I didn't take that Friday night off. Woof. Oh. Did I see Carol Williamson's super chat? I did not. Where's that at? Oh, I did see Carol Williams. I did, yes. Sorry, I thought you meant more recent. Thank you again, Carol. All right. Rock and or roll. Was that story 2? Yeah, that was story 2. All right. Driving for Uber in London was probably the lowest point of my entire life. It sounds harsh, and I'm not saying that there weren't upsides to it or that I didn't meet some ungrateful people, well, unforgettable people. It sounds harsh, and I'm not saying that there weren't upsides to it or that I didn't meet some unforgettable people while driving them around. It's more that I was forced into it after my first business went under, so I was in a really bad place mentally. And it was while driving Uber that I went through what might have been the scariest experience of my entire life. London is a mad city. Probably always has been that way and probably always will. I like being able to pick my own hours and log on to Uber whenever I fancied making a bit of cash. I could choose to only work peak hours too, because surging fares meant that I could make double or even triple what I might make during quieter periods. You meet all kinds of people. You meet
all kinds of people,
figured the military would have just busted out the discombobulator. I'm sure they've used it. Not a fan of the UK-centric ones most of the time. Why not, though? I mean, I don't really hear much difference between the UK stories and, like, the American stories per se. I mean, and it's like the audience is sort of split down the middle, being, you know, United States, Canada, UK, Australia, mainly English-speaking countries and that kind of thing. Is the Pienaar Snipper still live and active? I hope so. What about Aussie stories? Yeah, that's what we just read. My girlfriend and I went 30 plus days recently with no cellular internet unless another person's Wi-Fi. We became soulmates. Interesting. You meet all kinds of people too. Tourists, interesting locals, even celebrities sometimes. And if you're out chasing airport runs, you can make a tidy amount of money on chilled out runs while chatting about people's holidays, visits to family, whatever it is they're traveling for. You're your own governor, really. Just you, your motor, and the app. But it's not all sunshine and roses. London traffic can be an absolute nightmare. Half the time you're stuck in gridlock, burning through your petrol and your patience, especially when ULEZ charges Nick a chunk of your earnings. When ULEZ charges Nick a chunk. What's ULEZ? Is that like a tax or something? Oh, spinal. Even if someone tells you to go, if you don't want to go, then you don't have to go. It's your life. Where are you going? If you drive a vehicle inside the ULEZ area that doesn't meet emission standards, you have to pay a daily charge. Oh my god. I fucking hate the government, dude. Piece of shit. $12.50 per day for most cars, motorcycles, vans up to 3.5 tons. Should you pull an all-nighter? Probably not, man. Sleeping is good. You'll be happier tomorrow when you're still in the normal schedule. Oh, fuck. How do you say ULEZ? YOLEZ. Oh wait, it sounds like you, Les, like Leslie, ULEZ. Alright. I still remember a girl I worked with where her name was Leslie, but she would like forcibly make people say Leslie. And so she's like, shut the fuck up, bro. You're Leslie. Just accept it. Or like someone's name was Cody, like K-O-T-Y, and then they forced them to call them Coat-T. Coat-T. And it's just like, where are these enunciations coming from, bro? Who is like drumming this shit up in their imaginations? Just have a fucking name. Just have a normal name. The uniforms of the police are hilarious, so it's like, I'm terribly sorry, chap, but I must place you under arrest on suspicion of being a twat. I knew someone named Leslie who did that. It's just like, I get it, there's an S there, but I mean, like, every other person is like Leslie. Parents who hate them. Yeah, I mean, I guess it is the parents' fault. Imagine them correcting them all the time to the point they have to correct others like they're some little soldier with a name. Half the time you're stuck in gridlock, burning through your petrol and your patience, especially when ULEZ charges Nick a chunk of you. Half the time you're stuck in gridlock, burning through your petrol and your patience, especially when ULEZ charges Nick. God damn it. It's fucking weird as shit. Half the time you're stuck in gridlock, burning through your petrol and your patience, especially when ULEZ charges Nick a chunk of your earnings. Insurance rates are liable to go through the roof, and you gotta shell out for PHV license and checks, and if your car's playing up, then even more money down the drain. Competition is horrifically fierce too, and there's very little honor among drivers in that respect. And so sometimes you have to be extra quick on the draw to get a decent fare, or you could be waiting there for almost an hour trying to get on the scoreboard. And I'd say the very worst part of the job is the passengers. The bad ones, I mean. I'm not talking about the ones who complain or chat nonstop when I'm trying to concentrate on the road. I'm more talking about, in fact, well, let me just tell you the story and you'll see what I mean. So, but I'm out. But a boot. Yo sé. What's that, Pradeep? My cat is on his phone in the chat. You're so loco, ese. There was this dude, Juan, that my friend called Juan. Nice. Alright. So about a month before I threw in the towel and signed up to Universal Credit for a bit, I got this job taking some lads from Brixton down toward the Kingston Estates. They were quite a rowdy little trio. Dude, I can't fucking read, dude. They were quite a rowdy little trio who kept me waiting a few minutes before they piled into the back of my car. They couldn't have been older than maybe 25, but you can't tell with some of them. I've known a 17-year-old lad to look at talk like... Jesus fuck, what the fuck is that? I've known a 17-year-old lad to look at talk like a... I've known a 17-year-old lad to look and talk like a bleeding 30. Okay. No, sorry. I'm just... Sorry. Alright. I've known a 17-year-old lad to look and talk like a bleeding 30-year-old, but that's neither here nor there, I suppose. Now anyways, these younger lads pile into the back making jokes and being loud, but they weren't being threatening or intimidating or anything like that, just young and annoying. I confirmed where they were going, told them to fasten their seatbelts, always a good idea with young lads, otherwise they just don't, and then off we went towards the estates. The other thing that really annoyed me about that job was how they somehow picked rush hour of all times to request their Uber. You obviously get big fares from driving people around at those times, but it's so not worth it to compared. You obviously get big fares from driving people around at those times, but it's so not worth it compared to late nights or even early mornings when everyone's rushing but tired. But sometimes when you're out, you're out. So it was better to take the job and be stuck in traffic making money rather than losing money. And so as expected, we hit a traffic jam pretty quickly and slowed to a stop surrounded by cars. The lads in the back are complaining, trying to backseat drive and all of that, and I wasn't a dickhead to them or anything, but I said that they weren't getting charged any extra and they should just relax instead of giving it all that. Now they were chill, saying, "Alright mate, fair enough, we're good." And then we sat there for a few minutes, moving forward by a few cars every so often, while we waited out our turn. Wart. Is this a UK story? It said dickhead instead of bell end. We gotta change it. It wasn't a bell end. We're gonna change it. Bell end. Welcome to Bell End. That's gotta be in a story or like a movie somewhere where they're like, "You are now entering Bell End." The lads in the back are complaining, trying to backseat drive and all of that, and I wasn't a bell end to them or anything, but I said that they weren't getting charged any extra and they should just relax instead of giving it all that. Now they were chill, saying, "Alright mate, fair enough, we're good." And then we sat there for a few minutes, moving forward by a few cars every so often while we waited for our turn at the lights. The lads in the back were chatting away to themselves, and it sounded like they were looking out the window and pointing out at a passerby. Now they said, "Is that so-and-so?" And another said, "Yeah, it is." And then the first lad then said, "He's seen us. He's coming over." And this was when I turned round to see who was approaching the car, because the lad in the back sounded pretty nervous, like whoever it was didn't want to give a cheery hello. Give him a cheery hello. You've known a 17-year-old to look and talk like a taco. What? I think it said a bloody 30-year-old is what it said. Who's the most famous social media person that you know, right? Not that you know personally, but like that you watch right now. Who's like the most mainstream but social media oriented person you know? Mr. Beast, Queso, Little Bong Chains. Alejandro? Poods. Who's Poods? Dad. Me. I pictured Mew in heels and a miniskirt. Am I wearing heels right now? Mr. Ballin or Jack Frags. Oh yeah, Jack Frags. His videos were popping off whenever like Battlefield was popping off. And then Battlefield kind of died down pretty fast whenever Arc Raiders came out. Even though I will argue that Arc Raiders is one of the worst games of all time. Let me just put it out there. It sucks. Really, really bad. I thought I liked it again, but then I realized I must have did like 7 free kits in a row with my friend, and we just got absolutely fucking like ass blasted so goddamn fast. We just like did not stand a chance. And I'm just thinking to myself, like, what is the fucking point of this game? Because in Stella Montes, if anybody's familiar, like they added more robots. Like the whole fucking point of the game is like miserable with the amount of fucking robots, and they just add more to it with essentially no solutions on how to like deal with any of it. Whenever like very clearly the only reason their game is successful is because of the PvP interactions, and instead of like focusing on that, they have some like roadmap just to like make the game more miserable. And then especially in Stella Montes, it will be completely a fucking ghost town. Just a complete ghost town. And then there's just like infinite robots, and you use up all of your resources with the free kits before you even come across a person. And then you're just fucking dead. You're just dead. You're just absolutely dead. I don't know. I really wouldn't mind if they added like human NPCs just to shoot them. Life 2.0 channel has convinced me that I don't need to get married in order to get the girl. I don't want to lose half my stuff if she leaves. I mean, that's we've talked about that a trillion billion times, honestly. At this point, I just want someone to chill and play video games with, and maybe they get pregnant. I don't know. They call me the Joey Chestnut of Arc Raiders, because I am eating the wieners. 2 wieners, Bill. Oh, man. And this is when I turned round to see who was approaching the car, because the lad in the back sounded pretty nervous, like whoever it was didn't want to give him a very cheery hello. But when I turned in my seat and looked out the back window over my left shoulder, I just thought, bollocks, because approaching my car was a lad on a bike, wearing a black ski mask and what looked like he was holding a freaking sword. Now I say sword, but it was more like a designer machete, if that makes sense. At least 1.5 feet long with a jet black blade, and it looked quite expensive actually, like a good bit of kit if you were off on a jungle trekking holiday. But this wasn't the Amazon. This was London, so as soon as I saw it, I knew something bad was about to happen. Now the first thing I did was lock my doors, and then the lads in the back started shouting, "Drive, drive, drive!" But there was nowhere I could go. I kept telling them that I'd locked the doors and that the guy couldn't get them, but As he got closer and closer to the car, I realized a window wasn't going to stop him. The guy got off his bike and gridlocked traffic and started bashing my back window with the handle of the machete. I realized very quickly that they'd be trapped once that glass fell through, and that the guy on the opposite side needed to get out of the car and make room so the others could get out. I unlocked the door because there was a child lock in the back and then started shouting at the guy in the back to get out and run. I shouted at him again and again to get out of the car, but it was like he was frozen. His eyes were glued to the window as the machete hammered on it until it suddenly smashed. The glass burst and flew into the car. And it was only then that the guy in the back realized that he had to actually get out so his London stand. Jesus. Oh, Christ, what are we doing in this world? I don't know. I don't know, but the most famous person I ever met was Billy Bob Thornton. I actually have a picture with him. I met him at a concert down the street from my house, and he's in a band called the Boxmasters. That's fun. It's always funny when, like, big celebrities just, like, casually have bands. I guess it's probably just so he can go on tour and have sex, which is fair. Some of the finest mall ninja steel. I do think it's funny going into Walmart and just, like, there's a section where it's just, like, machetes and hatchets and, like, big knives and just, like, shotguns and rifles, and I'm like, the United Kingdom brain could not comprehend this amount of freedom. I could pick this up and go crazy any moment. Absolutely bonkers. But I don't. I choose not to because I'm not a fucking animal. Did you know Christopher Lee made metal music? Who's he? Ryan Gosling's band is Hood. It's so Hood. It was only then that the guy in the back realized that he actually had to get out so his mates could actually escape too. But by then, it was a bit too late for the lad nearest to the machete. I don't know how many times he got stabbed before I finally just put my foot down and reversed the car. I don't know how many times he got stabbed before I finally just put my foot down and reversed into the car behind me. We hit bumper to bumper, and I thought that the guy in the back might make a run for it, but just like his mates had. Okay, dear. What are you doing? Let's form a band and I'll call it Blunt Machete. Do you think this life is it, or are we going to be in another place after death? Probably another place after death. I really hope the Gnostic interpretation of where we get stuck in this, like, soul prison is not true, because that sounds miserable, man. Have you watched Lord of the Flies movie? They just released a remade movie. Oh, I didn't know they made a remade one. I remember reading Lord of the Flies in school and being like, they kept making it a big deal, like, you know, whenever Piggy gets killed or whatever. And for some reason, when it finally happened, like him getting hit by a big boulder, I just remember it, like, not being that exciting. I was like, oh, okay, Piggy's dead. He was annoying anyways. What if you get reincarnated as a dog or something? Oh, well, hopefully it's one of Michael Vick's prized possessions. What if you get reincarnated as, like, things throughout time? Like, you know, you could be reincarnated, like, at every living conscious creature throughout all of time, forever. If all you want is somebody to play video games with and just live a normal everyday life, cooking, cleaning, and all that, you're my soulmate, and that's what I'm looking forward to. Oh, that sounds nice. So, Joel, do you also believe that we have already lived another past life? That's why deja vu exists? I don't believe it. You know, I don't know. I really don't know. I really don't know. I wish I knew, but I don't know. I hope that it's just like a normal heaven situation after. You know, but I don't. I just don't. I do not be knowing nothing. And that's the tough part, is you gotta just make the best of what you got for the time that you got. Did anyone have to read the book about the Japanese dude that got put into an internment camp during the war and there was a pregnant chick in a lighthouse? I don't remember. Deja vu happens because brain poopy. Deja vu is quarks flying across your brain. Is it? Like things from outside of time passing back and forth. Wasn't Enemies close with Van Damme interpretation of Lord of the Flies? I don't know. Wish me a good week ahead. Had a good night, everyone. Good night. Hey, see you, Katie. Good to see you. Take care. Unless I can explore the stars, I'd rather just go black. Oh, you mean like explored as like a spiritual entity or something? I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's other cooler shit outside of there besides just a bunch of stars. Who knows, bro? There might be no stars. What if you get out there and you just like run into a big window? You're like, gurk. Like, ow, my fucking head. And you're like, you can't go that way. Those aren't real. Accidentally burnt my fried egg. Why does fried egg smell so much like burnt hair? Tell me I'm wrong. You're using the burnt hair oil. You're using hair grease to cook your eggs. We hit bumper to bumper, and I thought the lad in the back might make a run for it, just like the mates had by... What the fuck? We hit bumper to bumper, and I thought that the lad in the back might make a run for it, just like his mates had by then. But all he could do was clutch at all of his stab wounds, trying to stop the bleeding. That and shout, please drive, please drive, please drive, over and over at me. Now everyone could see what was happening, and the cars on my right pretty much saved this lad's life by hanging back and giving me enough space to get out. And I suppose they didn't want their cars smashed because it was the only route that I had available, so if they clogged it up, they were going to need some work done. But they left it free. Dude, I feel like I'm reading Chinese, dude. I don't know what the fuck. My brain like cannot interpret what people are saying anymore. Oh my god. But they left it free all the same, and I was able to peel out of the gap at speed before taking it to a grass verge and overtaking all the waiting traffic. Now we're finally away from the guy with the ski mask and the machete, but there was still the matter of getting the lad in the back to the hospital, and even that wasn't the first thing in my mind. He was back there shouting the most British of all the Britishers. And even that wasn't the first thing on my mind. He was back. What is it? And even that wasn't the first thing on my mind. He was back there shouting. See, that's not like a comma situation. What is it saying? And even that wasn't the first thing on my mind. He was back. It just seems like very, I don't know why. I'm just like jumping around in the sentence. Do you believe in soulmates? I believe in a person's soulmates, like best friends' soulmates. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It'd be sweet. But what if you get exploded? Do you still get one? What if, like, you're playing with a really big firework and it just goes off and you're just gone? Do you still believe in soulmates then? Like, do you get one later? In firework heaven? And even that wasn't the first thing on my mind. He was back there shouting, please, bruv, please take me to hospital. I don't want to die. Please take me. Oh my god, dude. One of this other stuff was sending my blood pressure through the bleeding roof. Talking like a fucking Warhammer 40k character. Holy shit. And even that wasn't the first thing on my mind. He was back there shouting, please, bruv, please take me to hospital. I don't want to die. Please don't let me die. And this other stuff that was sending my blood pressure through the bleeding roof. And I thank God that I knew the road so well by then too, because if they'd have been at the beginning of my stint driving Uber, I think I might have not actually known where to take him. But luckily, I was able to zoom him over to the nearest A&E where he was rushed inside and obviously made a priority patient because of all the stab wounds. I ended up staying in A&E for about an hour, waiting to hear back from a doctor that the lad was at least okay. Now, obviously, I had to stay there to talk to the police as well, because that's where they were coming to talk to the guy who'd been stabbed, but I really couldn't tell them all that much aside from where it had happened and what time. They thanked me and then waited around for a bit, chatting until the doctor came out with the good news. The lad was going to be okay, and he was awake and able to talk and all of that, and so the police were free to go and talk to him. I was able to go through it. Anything else cool to talk about? This means people in general can't articulate in writing as they did in the past because of the texting and comment sections. Yeah, no, it's all good. It's just my ability. I don't know. Sometimes my ability to like pick up on someone's stream of consciousness is just rough. Tom Holland and Zendaya are married. Dude, that's cool. That's like one celebrity couple I'm like actually happy about. They both seem like pretty normal people. I haven't really seen Zendaya that much, but I feel like if she's married to Tom seems like a pretty sound bloke. And, so I imagine she's probably pretty down to earth as well. She seems like she could easily be corrupted by like the retardation of Hollywood. But it is what it is. Zendaya, Joel. Oh, I'm sorry. Is it Leslie instead of Leslie? Is she gonna beat me with a fucking stick? I hope so. Tom should be the next Bond. Tom shouldn't go any fucking near the James Bond. I'm not trying to put Tom down, but Tom is a tiny little fella. He is built to be a young Spider-Man, and I don't know. I'm not trying to put him down. I'm just saying, like, him, as far as his size go, he's not man size. James Bond needs to be, like, medium, but, like, very clearly a man. It's not to say Tom's not a man. He's a great guy, all that kind of stuff, but he is, like, you need a Henry Cavill. You need a suave, like, debonair dude who, like, probably at the age of, like, doesn't look like he's still in fucking high school, at least. Tom's a little boy. I'm not trying to put him down, but he's a tiny feller. He doesn't grow facial hair, which is okay. That's not a big deal. And it's not like James Bond does, but you can imagine James Bond lets himself go for 3 days. Probably got some decent stubble. He's almost 30. Well, he's certainly not James Bond. Like, he looks, yeah, I don't know. He's petite. He's a petite. I don't know, man. Jason Statham as James Bond would be sick. I mean, maybe. I'm sick of this gritty bullshit. Like, I thought Daniel Craig was fucking terrible the whole time. I didn't see, like, any of the movies. I watched some of them, but, like, I need charm. James Bond needs to be charming. This, like, gritty bullshit is just terrible. But I feel like we might be going too far the opposite direction as well, where now shit just feels like millennial goofy. You need charm, you need suave. Maybe he says like a little bit of a joke that like even makes you laugh and you're like, you know what? I hope he fucks my girlfriend or something. You know what I mean? Like he can have whatever he wants and blow stuff up and be a mass murderer with a license to kill and still be able to sleep at night. I don't know. They should get clavicular. Get clavicular as James Bond, and we're good. The Dos Equis most interesting man in the world needs to be James Bond. Someone like that, you know what I mean? Someone of that nature. Sean Connery. I mean, for me, it was always Pierce Brosnan, right? But I mean, it's because I grew up with it, so I was like familiar with that character as such. But I still feel like they had the same energy. Sean Connery has that energy. Pierce Brosnan was like maybe a little bit of a de-evolution from Sean Connery a little bit as far as the sense of what it meant to be like manly, but like he still had it, you know. He was the Bond, you know. I would be hard to disagree on that one, honestly. Let's see, you know what? We're gonna ask AI. Who is the next James Bond? We know who it is, right? But we're going to take it a little bit further. Okay, wait. It says no official actor has been named yet. Rumored contenders: Callum Turner. I thought they. Callum. Maybe I could see Callum doing it. He still seems relatively young. Oh, that's right. Aaron Taylor Johnson, wasn't it? Idris Elba. I guess. I don't know, man. I mean, you gotta stay like true to who the character is. Even though I do like Idris as an actor for sure, it's just like, oh yeah, this guy. I forgot about him. Oh wait. Wait a second. The guy. Okay. Oh no. Oh no. Wait, this is who it is, right? The Aaron Taylor Johnson dude. Because he was in Gladiator 2. He was in Gladiator 2. And Gladiator 2 sucked. Like, sucked major nuts. And it was like, and I'm not trying to put him down once again. I don't like being mean to people, but at the same time, his acting, like the way he was in that Gladiator 2 movie, it was like just this sort of like the only character he could, wait, he wasn't? Hold on a second. Who was in Gladiator 2? Am I an idiot? Let's see. Oh, Paul Mescal. Oh, they look like fucking twins, for Christ's sake. Well, who the hell's this douchebag? He was... Well, I guess maybe I judged too soon then. I'm trying to find him with, like, not fucking long hair. What was he in? I don't know. They seem very twinly to me. They're not twins at all. I'm sorry, but Paul Mescal, that was the one who was, yeah, he was like angry the whole time, and all he did was like have like boiling rage inside of him because he didn't have a dad or something. Well, I guess we'll see when we get there. There's a short hair picture of him. Oh wait, this is the one with the wife that's like 60. And he's like the same age as her daughter or something. Is that who he is? He was Craven. I didn't watch any of those. Like that, didn't that movie suck nuts? That's Mima. He's married to his Mima. You'll know it when you smell it. Yeah. I don't know, man. I've given up on Hollywood. Nothing excites me anymore, and that's fine. I'm gonna go read books. A chill thing to talk about. My daughter and I had some time to kill, so we decided to head into Starbucks and chill. They were all out of caramel for the caramel bullies, as we ordered something else. Nice. Jared Leto. Jared Leto doesn't even deserve any more jobs, man. He's a fucking weirdo. I mean, I think he's done a good job with like the acting jobs he's had, but I'm like, he's pretty much like, he's got a fucking island. He's an island boy. He's in Tron too. I didn't see it. Alright, anyways. I was able to go through too, just to be able to wish him all the best. I didn't stay long, I couldn't, but the level of gratitude he showed me from the hospital bed was something I'll never forget. I wasn't the one who saved his life. I was one of many people who contributed to saving it, but the way he thanked me for saving my life, it makes me quite emotional to think about it today. He kept thanking me even as I walked off with a lump in my throat, and I had to properly pull myself together when I went back outside. I couldn't take my cab because the police wanted it for forensics, so I had to call a cab of my own for once to get home. God, for forensics, holy shit. I wonder how long they hold your shit. Jared Leto's a terrible actor. I can't think of a single character he's ever played. Oh, here, I'll find you a list. Actually, Jared, I think Jared does good. I think he's a fucking weirdo to the fullest extent, but... Alright, so... Going back in time to Jared's first, well, obviously he was in 30 Seconds to Mars. But then we have, where is it? Okay, somewhere. I didn't know he was in Blade. Oh yeah, he was in Blade. What the fuck? That's sick. Let's see. Where are the good ones? I thought he was good in Blade Runner 2049. Like, whatever that character was, even if it was brief, I thought he did a good job with that one. Fight Club. He was in Fight Club. He was in American Psycho. Requiem for a Dream. And obviously everyone's favorite, Morbius. It's Morbin time, baby. Joker's, oh yeah, the Joker. I mean, like, there's definitely been a lot of roles of his that have gone downhill, but I mean, like, Requiem for a Dream, American Psycho, Fight Club, like, it's very clear that he's, like, acting skills are pretty above most, you know, as far as his, what do they call it, like, method acting bullshit, where he's a weirdo who sends, like, used condoms to people's houses and stuff, which is quite strange. I don't know, but I guess at the end of the day, this is what Hollywood attracts, right, is this level of strange. Dallas Buyers Club. I don't think I've actually watched that, but I hear it's quite good. It's gone off the walls over the years. Perfect if you need to cast a brooding edgelord weirdo, for sure. What kind of condoms? I think the ridged for his pleasure. You think Dwayne Johnson is a good actor? No, dude, he's the fucking Rock, dude. Anybody who's like a big fucking steroid head in, you know, the WWE, like, I don't expect them to be good actors, you know what I mean? Because like because you're never going to look at Dwayne the Rock Johnson and be like, wow, that was pretty much Schindler's List right there, or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, John Cena's a great actor. I mean, they do fine enough within, like, if they can be casted into the appropriate context where they need a big muscle head who, like, seems like he exists within that universe, sure. But the idea that somehow, like, Dwayne the Rock Johnson's not going to, like, stand out in The Pianist or something like that, or Gangs of New York, or, you know what I mean, like, just some shit where it's gonna be like, have like high-end actors and like probably win an Oscar of sorts. Like, he's always going to be the guy who like lifts his eyebrow and played at Miami football. Nothing against him, he's obviously made a ton of money and had a ton of success, but yeah, he's not fucking Daniel Day-Lewis or anything. Daniel Day-Lewis, a real Shakespearean actor and stuff. Yeah, he was, man. I thought he was coming back. Dave Bautista is a great actor. Dave somehow, like, has blended in. I don't know why. In some weird abstract ways, he, like, is able to do that. And once again, though, it's like you have the appropriate roles for those people to play the characters you need them to play, whether it's that big ruffian guy in, like, you know, a James Bond film, or the fucking, what else was he in? Like, obviously the Marvel one. And then he was also in Blade, I believe, 2040, or Blade Runner 2049. Yeah, believable character within the context, and, you know, The Rock, maybe he's just like too iconic. What about Pedro Pascal? I think we all have Pedro Pascal fatigue. He's fucked way too many of our wives. I couldn't take my cab because the police wanted it for forensics, so I had to call a cab of my own for once to get home and tell my girlfriend everything that had happened. I got my car back in a couple of days, which was nice, and I was never so glad to have paid for that big insurance policy prior to working for Uber, because it meant I got hazardous materials covered by the plan and didn't have to pay a thing to have it cleaned. I wasn't even going to take out such an expensive plan at first, because it really is like insane rates at the minute to get private hire cabs covered in London. But the two pieces of advice I got from another driver were, 1, when in doubt, cancel the fare, and 2, Upgrade your insurance because people are nasty and leave all sorts of mess in your car. I thought I could avoid it by picking my fares carefully, and I still took his advice and upgraded my plan. And oh my God, was I glad I did, because it saved me so much of a headache I can't even imagine. I didn't last much longer after that. I wasn't traumatized or anything, I just knew that I should pack it all in before my luck really ran out, if you know what I mean. And I started a second business earlier than planned and then worked 70-hour weeks for just shy of 2 months until it started to break even. And after that, it was onwards and upwards in a weird way, and it was like something good came out of something bad, because being so determined to stay off the roads and make something of myself was what I needed to make a success of myself. Can't imagine being an Uber or taxi driver, just the mess that they leave alone makes me shiver. Shiver me timbers. You thought Pedro was gay? Me too, man. They really surprise you when you come home and find them with the missus. Like, what do you mean you too drunk and now you gotta throw up everywhere? Hold on, I need a ride home. Hold on, I need to destroy your car. Yeah, honestly, yeah, being an Uber driver late at night would fucking suck. Did you read the most random shit that I typed out? I think it's hilarious. What if you were here in Cali? I would totally date you or at least ask you to hang out. Thanks, dude. Appreciate that. Alright, we got one more story, y'all. And I'm gonna go get some water. Fill up me cup. Fill up me cup with piss. Right, guys? Every good YouTuber drinks their own piss. Just kidding. Alright, BRB. I killed the Emperor and all I got was this bleeding shirt. The Letchery captain has been kidnapped, and the Buttersock cult must unite and find our missing leader. Shall we start in the bathroom? Climb up through my toilet bowl. What was that song called? It was called In My Core A. It was quick. It was quick. Yeah, all I had to do was get water. I didn't feel like making any bleeding tea. Alright. But we just got one more story tonight. The exciting thing is, after the stream's done, guess what I'm gonna eat? Eggs. Do I have warm floors? No. Well, I guess Pradeep thinks the more floor is warm because he's always laying on it. What are you doing? Come on in here. Come into the clubhouse. Doesn't even give a shit. He never lays on his little cat bed. No heated flooring? No, it's... Nope. You're gonna wake up with a boner? Yeah, probably. Big old fucking egg boner. So I can get ready for my porn star job. My job at the porn factory. All they make us do is stick stuff in stuff. Yeah, Pradeep is boiling hot right now. He's in the stew, cooking. As a younger man, I used to drive taxis around my home city of Belfast. But driving taxis in Belfast during the 80s was a lot different to driving taxis anywhere else. Because this was at the height of the Troubles during the 80s, meaning Belfast was a very, very violent place to live and work. Now you'd hear about bombings and shootings on the radio, sometimes on a daily basis, and it got horribly normal to be driving along, minding your own business, and suddenly come across a British Army patrol. We got all UK stories today, I guess. Suddenly come across a British Army patrol in the Saracens. In their Saracens. What's a Saracen? An Arab or Muslim, especially at the time of the Crusades, a nomad of the Syrian and Arabian desert at the time of the Roman Empire. A nomad. At least it's one set during the Troubles. Yeah, wait, why did you say you don't like stuff from the UK? You just don't like the setting? What breed of dog would you be if you were forced to be one? A Doberman? I don't know, man, honestly. Probably a fucking French bulldog with a breathing problem. You'd hear about bombings and shootings on the radio, sometimes on a daily basis, and it got horribly normal to be driving along, minding your own business, and suddenly come across a British Army patrol in their Saracens, all armed to the teeth and looking angry. It was a scary time, but you had no choice but to carry on bringing home the bacon because we all had people depending on us. Some came close to some pretty nasty ends while out on the roads. Fellow cab drivers, I mean, though. But some came closer than others, myself included. On a very drizzly Tuesday in 1981, I was out on the roads picking up fares. I've been on the road since tea time, having done a few runs in the city center and back. Wonder if Joel dies alone inside whenever he reads the stupid-ass questions we ask him. I mean, I like questions. I mean, sometimes it's nice to be asked like a genuine question. Can you guys poop and pee at the same time? I think so. I think sometimes like there's like a detrusor muscle within your like kind of close to your bladder and butthole. And so like whenever you release the detrusor muscle to release your urine, it also releases the ability to just vacate your bowels, which is so fucking cool, dude. I'm so happy about the detrusor muscle. Let's fucking go. I've been on the road since tea time, having done a few runs into the city center and back. And then around 10 o'clock, I was cruising along the Falls Road edge on my way to Anderson Town to pick up a fare. Now, the drive took a little bit shorter than usual, as I was mostly driving down empty back streets, and since I was starting to feel a bit tired, I remember telling myself that that was the last stop for the night. And remembering that gives me a dark sort of... Hey, Dark Somnium. What's up, buddy? Do you still need those lines? I was going to tell you, if you wanted me to do those like character lines, I could do them probably easier on stream, and you could just like direct me on how you wanted them done. But if you already got them done, it's no worries. Joel, what is a belief you had as a child that you still hold on to today? That if you lie, you go to hell instantly? No, I'm just kidding. Belief as a kid. Belief as a kid. Oh yeah, man, I'd have time. I'd love to have you on. I'll email you about it. Or no. I meant like during my live stream, like right now. You know, like since I'm in like work mode, right, and like at my computer and available, and I know the lines were like not that much, that I could just do them. You could get, because sometimes like siphoning through the context of like a script is almost like the biggest hassle, trying to figure out the character and stuff. So I don't know, I figured maybe we could do it today after this story or something. Narrate me like one of your French girls. And remembering that gives me a dark sort of chuckle these days. I got to pick up this... Oh my god. Ever used a leaf to wipe my ass? No. Gross. What are you, a caveman? I got to the pickup spot, which was the car park of the old swimming pool before it all got done. But when I pulled in, there was no one to be seen anywhere. Now I'm thinking the fella's inside the building, that he's a member of staff who needs to set the alarm and lock up, so to save petrol, I turned off my engine when I wait. And so to save petrol, I turned off my engine while I waited for him. 1 minute goes by, then 2, then 3, and still no one appears from the pool building. I started getting a little bit impatient, thinking that I'll just give him a few more minutes good grace and then I'm off-ski. Now I remember tapping my wheel, looking over my driver's window at a car that... Dude, I'm just like seeing fucking words in my head. Sure we could do this? Okay, yeah, we can do it. And then I can just like I can just probably do it in like one take and have that sound file that I can just like send you as we talk it out. But I'll just keep doing this story. This is a little bit longer, I guess. I remember tapping my wheel, looking out my driver's window at a car that got my attention, and that's when the shooting started. The window screen shattered, glass was flying everywhere, and then one by one I started feeling the hits. First in the shoulder, like a hammer smashing bone, and then the chest, knocking the wind out of me. I got another in the leg, and that one was the worst, and it felt like someone had shoved a red-hot poker right to the bone. And the car was getting riddled. The panels were buckling, the tires were popping, and all the while I'm trying to make myself as small as possible, practically ducked down into the footwell trying to climb inside the engine. And it was only when it stopped that I started thinking, why me? What did I do? I was just driving a taxi trying to make an honest wage. Who the hell did they think I was? and the pain was everywhere. And somehow I was still conscious and gasping for air, because the shooting had stopped and I was still alive, and I thought that maybe I'd gotten off easy. I knew I still had a mountain to climb in terms of getting myself help, because I could feel everywhere that I'd been shot, and I knew that I had to get to a hospital. But there was also this mad feeling of relief knowing that I was over the worst of it, and it was all technically uphill from there. Unfortunately for me, that wasn't exactly true, and as I tried scrambling back into the driver's seat, I heard the footsteps on the concrete outside. I look up just in time to see a man in a balaclava pointing a pistol through the window, and it wasn't quite like my life flashed in front of my eyes, but I did quite clearly see an image in my mind of my wife and Hey, see you, Moon. Take care. Have I ever eaten my eyelashes? No, dude. With peanut butter. What's the grossest thing you've ever done, Misty? Mystery boot box. Mystery loot box. A whole mystery loot box filled with eyelashes to eat. I looked up just in time to see a man in a balaclava pointing a pistol through the window, and it wasn't quite like my life flashed in front of my eyes, but I did quite clearly see an image in my mind of my wife and kid at home, crying when they got the news. The gunman leans in a bit more, so he's pointing this gun right at my head with the barrel inches from me. I remember his eyes, how they were a lighter shade of either blue or green, and I remember how much hatred was in them. I've never seen anyone so angry at me in all of my life, not before and not since. And this dickhead... Sorry, I keep adding dickhead in there, I probably shouldn't. What's my favorite crumble cookie? I don't know. I don't really go there. Going back to the question of what dog Joel thinks he would be, I personally imagine him as those dogs from Sesame Street, the ones where they position the dog head on a prop that resembled a person. I don't think I'm familiar with that. So you're saying I'm a dog on a dog's head on a steak. And this monster didn't even know me. At least I'm 90% sure he didn't, and to him, I was just another Protestant. He had no hesitation whatsoever in pulling that trigger, but when he did, nothing. The gun had jammed. Now, it was a miracle or a complete coincidence, depending on how you look at it, but again, it wasn't over. And the guy starts fumbling with the gun, trying to make it shoot. I saw a bullet pop out when he did something like slap it or pull at it, and then he tried again, aiming this gun toward my head and pulling the trigger. Now a gun. A labradoodle. God. Can you think of a belief that you had as a wee lad that you still have? A belief. I don't even know. You'd have to give me an example. Am I a good drawer? Yeah, I was into art when I was younger. A belief that I still have. I don't know. I mean, I just, like, spiritual beliefs that you're raised in like a Christian home, I guess you still have or whatever. But I mean, in beliefs, that's really all that is, right? Am I a good contortionist? I am not, no. I'm not greatly flexible, I don't think. That dunking Oreos in milk are a sign of divinity. Well, that's 100% true. Double stuffed. Lick out the cream. Okay. The guy starts fumbling with the gun, trying to make it shoot. I saw a bullet pop out when he did something like slap it or pull at it, and then he tried again, aiming his gun toward my head and pulling the trigger. But again, the gun didn't fire. I was laying there, sort of leaning against the seat, watching it all like it was in slow motion as he tried once again to make his gun work. Blood's pooling up under me, my vision is blurring, and I remember listening to him muttering to himself, just properly desperate to get it working so he can blow my brains out up close. He didn't get a chance though, because one of his mates suddenly appears and grabs his arm, and then he shouted, "Leave it!" and both of them ran off. They knew the RUC would be on the way, the police I mean, and while it must have been only a minute or so before I heard their sirens, I'm sure you understand when I say that it felt like an eternity. The last thing I remember was blue flashing lights, and there was just this big blank space between that and waking up in a hospital bed with machines beeping and nursings fussing over me. Nursings. Who saw the planets aligned? Yeah, didn't you guys think it was weird that all the planets align and then we do like a wartime action? Is that not like just strange in some weird way? How like every aspect of like war seems to like line up with like weird astrological happenings of sorts? I don't know. A blood moon is coming in a few days, by the way. No, dude, that means like something really bad's gonna happen, right? Let's see. Let's tell. Put on your conspiracy hat. Put on multiple hats, guys. Okay. Most recent action in Iran correlated with planet alignment. What is actually happening in the sky? The real astronomical event right now is a rare planetary parade, 6 planets visible together in the night sky around late Uranus, visible in the arc of Earth's perspective. Astronomers call this planetary parade not a literal straight alignment of planets in space, it's a predictable natural outcome of orbital mechanics. In the real world, there are heightened tensions, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Ancient prophets say planetary conjunctions, celestial signs, are markers of major epochs or upheavals. Their harmonic convergence in 1987, end-time interpretation eclipses, or the 2012 alignment narratives. This current planetary parade and upcoming eclipse serve as a vivid symbolic canvas for digital era prophecy believers or esoteric communities who interpret these events as cosmic confirmation of tension, collapse, or shift. The modern geopolitical flashpoint around Iran feeds these narratives, giving them a dramatic blah, 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 I don't care. I fucking hate how, like, ChatGPT always tries to keep you from going full schizo mode. Blood full moon, March 3rd at 3:33 a.m. Oh no, that's even worse. Okay. Now look back in history. Have any major events occurred on blood moons? And can you predict anything potentially happening for this next blood moon? The age of Aquarius is upon us. Dude, you know the elites are into astrology, right? Well, that's what I'm saying, man. Like, it all seems to always, like, correlate. All right, let's see. Having major events happen in a blood moon? First, quick groundings. A blood moon is just a total lunar eclipse. This happens about every 2 to 3 years somewhere on Earth, so statistically, a lot of major events have happened during or near one. Well, that means a lot of wars got to happen. The fall of Constantinople in 1453, just weeks after the fall of Constantinople, there was a lunar eclipse of May 22nd, 1453. The city fell May 29th. The crucifixion tied to eclipse imagery. 1493 Columbus eclipse event. Christopher Columbus famously used predicted. Also, didn't Christopher Columbus have like a totally different name or something? Okay, the 1949, 1950, 1967, 1968 tetrads. Some prophecy circles focus on tetrads, 4 consecutive blood moons, notably pattern. Blah, blah, blah. Now, can we predict something for the next blood balloon? Scientifically, no. Geopolitically, we can look at probability instead of omens. what actually increased odds are major events, escalating military buildups, economic instability, elections. Right now, purely from structural analysis, not astrology, the Middle East remains volatile. Major powers are in strategic repositioning phases. Economic strain globally is elevated. It was already in motion, strategic timing aligned. Human decisions converged. Conspiracy hat on if someone wanted to send a symbolic message, trigger religious fervor, stage a ritualized act, or amplify public fear. Timing of something near a visible astronomical event would absolutely enhance narrative impact. That's a psychological play, not a cosmic one. That makes sense. Dark Somnium said, hey, okay, I got my new audio interface set up, so if you want to do the lines for the story, I'm all ready, but also don't want to interrupt the story. That's okay. Well, let me run back over to the story. I was just looking up conspiracy bullshit, as one does, nonstop forever, until you're insane and in a padded cell. Dark Somnium, do you believe in any conspiracies? Are you a seeker of the truth? Do I give my leg hair a blowout? Just my butt hair. Just the old ball fro. The last thing I remember was blue flashing lights and then just this big blank space between that and waking up in a hospital bed with machines beeping and nurses fussing over me. The doctor said I was very lucky and that the bullets only missed all my vital bits by a matter of millimeters in some places, but I'd lost a lot of blood, and my shoulder was shattered and needed pins, and my leg was fractured. But the worst part was the chest wound. It had collapsed the lung, so I needed a tube to put to a drain. Your conspiracy belief is that everyone is crazy. That's fair. We are all pretty nutty, buddy, ball slutty. Go look at the sky with my telescope. I need to buy a telescope. That would be sick, but then people would probably think I'm staring at their buttholes while they're shitting or something. What do you think about the Jim Carrey thing? He's just a victim of Hollywood standards of beauty that literally make you look uglier and disgusting. It's actually scary. Like, once again, it's just so scary to think that somehow, even if that is Jim Carrey, which, sure, like, someone has convinced someone in Hollywood that that type of surgery looks normal. It doesn't make you look prettier. It doesn't make you look younger. It just makes you look unnaturally strange, like you're wearing a fucking human mask. What did Jim Carrey do? He just went to like some event and got really bad plastic surgery, and then people say that he's a clone or something because he knew too much or whatever. Isn't Pennsylvania a rural area? It's a state, right? So there's like multiple cities, but just like every state or fucking country or literally anything, it's just like there's rural areas, you know, in between the cities, right? So you're going to get everything from Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Scranton, you know, all that kind of shit to... Anyways. If you want to have me on a stream, you can narrate a story together, but I got to set up all my ready to go. If you want to do a call, oh, that'd be fun. That would be fun. But yeah, today I'll probably just read through what the script says and we can figure it out together. Just so I just wanted to get it done. I feel bad leaving you hanging. It's just sometimes I'm like not, you know. Okay. But the worst part was the chest wound. It had collapsed the lungs, so I needed a tube to put it to drain all the fluid. Needed a tube put into... It had collapsed the lungs, so I needed a tube put in to drain all the fluid. And seeing all that and feeling it too was probably the worst experience of my whole life. Worse than the shooting, because that was over in a matter of seconds. Whereas that tube was in there for over a week, and I still feel weird phantom pains looking at the scar where it went in. I was in the hospital for weeks, having all sorts of operations and then doing all the physiotherapy that came afterwards. I had the wife and the little one in there crying over me, which was really tough, and my little boy didn't understand what was happening at all, so it was even worse on him just not getting any of it. The peelers came around too, that's the police if you're wondering, asking me all kinds of questions that I didn't know the answers to. I didn't see any faces, I couldn't ID anyone, and I could barely even remember driving out to the old pool. The whole thing was just some blur. My time in hospital was basically one big blur too, as I had morphine for the pain, anti-anxiety too, because I kept having these nightmares at first whenever I'd nod off. Visitors brought grapes and cards from the church, and then my cousin, who was a very religious person, rest her soul, brought a minister in one day to pray over me. And he said that the gun jamming was divine intervention, but I'm really not so sure. I think it was just dumb luck. Recovery took months, but eventually I came home on crutches and with my arm in a sling. The neighbors turned out like a guard of honor to welcome me home, all queued up to shake my good hand and tell me that they were glad to see me home. They brought me food over so my missus didn't have to cook, and she spent all that extra time on her hands either crying or telling me that she was going to divorce me if I didn't stop driving the taxis. She wasn't serious, I don't think, or maybe she was, who knows, but I did as she asked me all the same. I found working packing boxes in a warehouse, which... God damn, this story's still fucking... Oh my god, there's 2 more pages left. What the fuck is left to say, bro? No worries at all, I totally get it, no pressure at all. What's up, Abi Khan? How we doing? I found work packing boxes in a warehouse, which was very boring but much safer, but there were still signs of what you might call PTSD today, but back then it was just stress. I'd jump at cars backfiring or doors slamming too loud, and then forget about cabbying or driving anywhere at all for that matter. I didn't get behind the wheel for a while, even when I was well enough to do it. And as you can imagine, it reminded me too much of that night. Even just holding the steering wheel in the same way I did was when I was waiting. Even just holding the steering wheel in the same way I did when I was waiting caused cold sweat to collect around my neck and armpits. And then my heart would start hammering like I was about to have a heart attack, and I'd end up crawling out of the driver's seat, hyperventilating until the wife came out to bring me inside again. My mind was locked onto the shooting for months, and any spare moment I had, my mind would wander to it. I'd think about the rat bag who lured me to that car park and wondered if he was forced to do it, or he did it willingly because he was so full of hate and anger, like the same sort of wild hatred I saw in the eyes of the man who tried shooting me in the head. As you know. That was the dramatic voice acting for the Booze and Booze Ya Llorona YouTube video. That's cool. That's awesome. My voice was used to all the booze. Oh, yeah. As far as I know, he was never caught, but even if he was, he'd probably be free, man. Hey, Pumpkin O'Brat. Welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you. As far as I know, he was never caught, but even if he was, he'd probably be a free man today after the Good Friday Agreement let all kinds of thugs and killers back onto the streets. I was told that writing this out would be healthy for me, and in a way I suppose it had been, but sometimes thinking about the coincidences is enough to drive me insane. A good example would be how many things had to happen for that bastard's gun to jam twice on him. He had to buy it or get it from a guy that hardly cleaned it, and then the ammunition that he used had probably been kept in a damp place or something to try and hide it from the peelers. And so much had to happen, or not happen, for my brains to stay in my skull that night. And although I'm not strictly a religious man, it is hard not to wonder if there was some sort of high... And although I'm not a strictly religious man, it is hard not to wonder if there was some sort of higher power at work that night. Jim Carrey's doing Sonic Force soon, so he might be just gaining weight to fit the role, one might think. Yeah, but he's not gaining weight. He had fucking plastic surgery done. I thought about that too. I'm like, well, what about whenever he does like Sonic or whatever, and he like looks completely fucking... Like he just looks completely abhorrently different than like what he did. Because it reminds me so much of that chick from, you know, the season 4 of The Boys. Like, she had plastic surgery done and just did not look like Starlight at all. Like, you know, I just don't understand. Like, who are the people around them? Like, where's their agents? Where's their like support group? Like, are they all like mentally ill to the point where they're like, hey guys, let's butcher ourselves and have some fucking idiot that's like probably getting paid hundreds of $1,000s for the surgeries telling us that, yeah, you look great. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, how has plastic surgery not gotten better in some fucking way or form? I remember when people said Zac Efron got plastic surgery, people said he looked like handsome Squidward. He did, yeah, he definitively got plastic surgery. He got like lip injections, all this shit. It looks fucking terrible, man. Like, they all look terrible. And I get it, like, but at the same time, there's so many handsome, good-looking, like, 40, 50, 60-year-old men, you know, and honestly, people, like, no one looks good with plastic surgery. You just look like some, like, puffy-faced corpse. It's terrible. I'm not trying to be rude. You're starting to talk me out of my Somni face. We could give it a whirl. We could do it together. Hopefully they have, like, partner surgeries. Hopefully not alcoholism or something that can change dramatically. Drugs, or I think it's surgery. It just looks so much like fucking plastic surgery, and it's just sad because he was like a fucking icon, you know. Sylvester Stallone, you think he had surgery? Let's see. Sylvester Stallone. Yeah, he had some sort of weird injections too. You can see it in his lips. I mean, sometimes you get puffy when you just like get older and drink a lot. Ew, yeah, his whole fucking face is fucking about to explode off. Oh my god. And the worst part is, it literally looks like a fucking mask. Like, it actually looks like a weird plastic mask that people are wearing. And who knows, maybe that's how they hide people. They like pretend they got plastic surgery but just put on somebody who can do an impression of him slightly. Whatever, dude. I feel bad for all of Hollywood. Just like in a perpetual prison system. Okay. Let's do it. It's such a shame that people think the age is something to fear rather than a badge of honor. I know plenty of people who wish to live to be 30 with me, you know? Yeah, I know. I mean, it is a gift, right? And this idea that you have to like fight against. I mean, these people are like happily married too and have had children and, you know what I mean? Basically fulfilled their like elder duties as humans. Not that you need the duty, but I mean, like, it gives you a grander purpose, having children, grandchildren, marriage, all that kind of stuff, community. And for some reason, you still have something deep within inside of you that's like tricked you into thinking that you should inject Botox into your skin. It's not cool, man, not cool. Okay, Somnium, I'm gonna check my email. You said you sent it. Appreciate you. Do you think female wrestlers get surgery? Like on their vaginas or what? Oh yeah, where am I checking Somnium? Double check again. Are you sure you sent it to the right email? Let's read submissions@gmail.com. Get surgeries in general? I have no idea, man. Probably. I mean, they probably get something done, like if they have an injury or something. I don't know. Dude, I swear to God, like every fucking day in my email or somewhere, I get, oh yeah, I forgot if it shows me. It showed up in spam. Does it show up in spam? I don't know. Maybe my other, sorry. I've got over 50 emails. Oh, not in spam either on this one. That's weird. Here, I'm gonna put it into the chat. You cry at Cardi B surgery. Yeah, I'm gonna check that one too. We gotta look at every surgery. We'll do surgery review channel. Okay, Cardi B plastic surgery. Let's take a peek. Before, after. Oh. Yeah, she's just a weird looking fucking person in general. She just looks so much nicer back before. I don't know, bro. All this surgery bullshit. Literally only to just... Like, when you get surgery, right? I can kind of see it on, like, the tits, right? You know, you want some big old boobers, so, like, whatever. But that's pretty much it. Because, like, you can, like, hide that, you know what I mean? Because it's, like, more of the shape. It's the shape under the clothes. But, you know, natural beauty will forever dominate whatever the fuck plastic surgery is. Like, this weird, like, puffy lip bullshit that does not look natural at all. Like, it's so obvious. Joel, since you went to art school. I did not go to art school. I don't know where. I don't know where you heard that. I thought you'll appreciate my daughter's drawing. Checks your email. I don't know. Why am I not getting anybody's emails? Oh, there it is, Dark Somnium. Got your thing. Joe, did you know Dr. Berg is a Scientologist? I was so disappointed. I did hear that. His like, son kind of, like, outed him as being a Scientologist and, like, and said a lot of his stuff goes to the Church of Scientology, like, all of his money and stuff. And I was like, oh, my God. But at the same time, like, whenever I had my gallbladder issue, like, Dr. Berg's videos are, like, 100% one of the shit that's, like, helped me a lot. Like, knowing about, like, the fact that saturated fats send a signal to your gallbladder to contract with the CCK hormone, I wouldn't have known that, you know what I mean? Or I wouldn't have known anything about, like, bladder or, you know, bile salts and things of that nature to help with digestion. You wouldn't know these things, you know, unless you had. Otherwise, I'd just be, like, going to the fucking hospital to have surgery and told never to consume fat ever again. Did you get an email about my car's extended warranty? I did. Okay, gas station story. Tales from the gas station. Where am I at? Okay. And so, I am the blue guy. Sweet. So am I just doing dialogue? Dialogue. Okay. I've reached the first one. 1 second. I'm going to email you a quick rundown of the character. Okay, perfect. So hey, right here is saying you have something that belongs to my boss. Okay. So we're here. I'm going to record. I'm just going to start recording now. I'll record silence. But I'm just going to, like, make one big recording, Dark Somnium, just to, like, so that you can just, like, have a minute of silence beforehand, but then the recording I can just send you in one go. Okay. Got some background, so we're starting now. Okay, you sent the rundown. Okay, Spencer Middleton character summary from Tales from the Gas Station. Spencer Middleton is portrayed as a deeply unsettling, volatile, and calculating antagonist whose presence shifts the tone of the story from absurdly bizarre to actively threatening. His core personality, one is sadistic and violent, even in youth. Spencer's reputation begins in high school, where he was rumored to torture and kill animals and was known to act disturbingly detached. The fire at his house, where he was the only survivor, intensifies suspicions around him. He's remembered gleefully stomping a lizard and laughing. This early characterization paints him as someone who is likely lacking empathy long before the main events of the story. 2, emotionally unstable but controlled as an adult. Spencer oscillates between explosive rage and calculated composure. He screams and trashes the store when angry, coldly negotiates the return of Kiefer's body, physically assaults the narrator without hesitation. Okay. So between cold and explosive anger, I'm always typecasted for this exact character. Just kidding. Okay, so the first line here, Dark Somnium, is... I answered it. I didn't speak first. The voice in the other line was one I recognized. You have something that belongs to my boss. Like, do you have somebody that you want me to sound like, or... It was Spencer Middleton. His cell phone and wall. What? No, we don't care about that shit. We can buy more phones. We can get more wallets. You know what we want. Alright. Just channel one of the subjects of his many submissions. Exactly. I will channel the eyeball man. We know. We want to make a deal. I'm just reading it. I'm not doing the lines. You give it back and we pretend this whole thing didn't happen. Can we do that? Absolutely. Alright, well, channeling my Mick Mouse. You have something that belonged to my boss. I totally trust however you decide to do it, man. Okay, I just feel bad because I have enough context, I think, to kind of get it, have fun with it. Okay. So I'm just thinking, like, I don't know if you want that first line to be, like, really cold. Okay, so he's cold, but then he bursts out. Carlos came into the shift a half an hour ago, explained his... Okay. You have something that belongs to my boss. You have something that belongs to my boss. It was Spencer Middleton. You have something that belongs to my boss. It was Spencer Middleton. His cell phone in his wallet, I answered. What? No. I don't care about that shit. We can buy more phones. We can get more wallets. You know what we want. What? No, I don't give a What? No. We don't care about that shit. We can buy more phones. We can get more wallets. You know what we want. We can buy more phones. We can get more wallets. You know what we want. What? No. We don't care about that shit. We can buy more phones. We can get more wallets. You know what we want. I'm trying to think how, like, crazy. Does this sound realistic? Does this sound like a person? Hey, see ya, Moon. Take care. Oh, he was right. I did. It was an accident, I explained. Yeah. Yeah, we know. We want to make a deal. You give it back, and we pretend this whole thing didn't happen. You're doing great so far. Okay, perfect. We know. We want to make a deal. You give it back, and we pretend this whole thing didn't happen. We know. We want to make a deal. You give it back, and we pretend this whole thing didn't happen. We know. We want to make a deal. You give it back, and we pretend this whole thing didn't happen. You give it back, and we pretend this whole thing didn't happen. We know. We want to make a deal. We know. We want to make a deal. You give it back, and we pretend this whole thing didn't happen. You give it back, and we pretend this whole thing didn't happen. I was a little bit confused with this. He says, can we do that? Absolutely. Absolutely. Like, I can't tell if he's happy or... Like, it seems like the character is, like, confused. Can we do that? Like, what? Dark, thank you for the 5 gifters, bro. Thank you so much, guys. Be sure to thank Dark Somnium for that. Absolutely. 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 You have something that belongs to my boss. His cell phone, his wallet? What? No. I don't care about that shit. We can buy more phones. We can get more wallets. You know what we want. We can buy more phones. We can get more wallets. You know what we want. We can buy more phones. We can get more wallets. You know what we want. What? No. I don't care about that shit. We can buy more phones. We can get more wallets. You know what we want. You know what we want. You know what we want. We know. We know. We know. We want to make a deal. You give it back, and we pretend this whole thing didn't happen. We know. We want to make a deal. You give it back, and we pretend this whole thing didn't happen. Absolutely. 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 Okay, anyways. I think that was... It gives some options there. I kind of got a little bit lost in the sauce, but I think we get the context to tap. I was trying to give multiple... How long's it been going? Let me just join. We finished the stories, but now we're recording some lines for a Dark Sarmnium video. He is in the chat. Okay, Kiefer came in earlier today before the sun went down and sat in the booth drinking coffee for a while. Eventually, Spencer Middleton showed up. Spencer had a word with Kiefer and then came storming up to my register screaming at the top of his lungs. He grabbed the display of Lotto scratch-offs and threw it across the room. It was obvious that something had upset him, and that's when I took my earplugs out. "Everything okay?" I asked stupidly. I knew damn well everything was never okay. "Did you hear a word I just said? Did 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 you hear a word I just said?" I explained to him that I've taken to wearing earplugs in an effort to drown out the sounds of screaming that periodically radiate through the air vents. I guess the screams must have stopped him a while ago, and maybe I had to imagine them. Either way, I didn't need the earplugs anymore. At this point, Tom walked into the store, his white hair looking even whiter than normal. "Hey, Sonomi, what's up?" Spencer, I could see, became instantly aware of the deputy's presence. "Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Where's the other one? Where is the other one? Where is he? Where is the other one? Where is the other one? Where is the other one?" "Carlos?" I asked. Spence. "Sure, Carlos. Sure, Carlos. Sure, Carlos. Sure, Carlos." I'm so confused. Where's the beef? Spencer sighed. "Sure, Carlos. Sure, Carlos." I'm just confused. I feel like I'm missing context here, but... "Sure, Carlos. Sure, Carlos. Sure, Carlos. Sure, Carlos. Sure, Carlos." I'm not really sure how I'm supposed to say this. This is from a creepypasta called Tales from the Gas Station. It's, you read this like 10 times, you're killing it. Okay, perfect. He's not due for another 20 minutes. "When he gets here, tell him we need to have a chat. When he gets here, tell him we need to have a chat. When he gets here, tell him we need to have a chat." Sure, 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 Carlos. Sure, Carlos. Sure, Carlos. Sure, Carlos. When he gets here, tell him we need to have a chat. And with that, Spencer Middleton let out a shrill whistle and left the store. Kiefer jumped out of his seat and followed him close behind. When he gets here, tell him we need to have a chat. When he gets here, tell him we need to have a chat. Alright, that seems legit. The next part is Spencer getting killed, probably. Oh, this is here. Oh, this is a lot of... Jeez. Spencer dragged me across the gas station to the hallway, past the bathrooms, past the walk-in cooler, to the big strange door that I had only just noticed a couple of weeks ago. If it were possible for me to pass out, I'm sure I would be unconscious right now. "Why are you doing this?" I asked as he banged on the door 3 times. There was a sound from the other side, and then Spencer yelled, Open up! Open up! It's me! Open up! It's me! Open up! It's me! The door cracked open and Spencer dragged me in the room I had never seen before. It looked like an old office, and there was a desk next to a wall of monitors with security feeds from all over the store and the perimeter, security feeds from the cameras I never knew existed. In the middle of the room was a large hole that looked like it had been created with a team of jackhammers. I'm going to use it for the official video of him leaving the store. Yeah, I'm bad at whistling. Maybe it's... Maybe that'll be like a softer whistle so it doesn't wake anyone up. It's time for you to meet my boss, Spencer said as he dragged. It's time for you to meet my boss. It's time for you to meet my boss. It's time for you to meet my boss. Kiefer, I said, to which Spencer let a... It's time for you to meet my boss. Is he out of breath here? I assume he's out of breath dragging this dude or something. Picking a voice for a custom character. Yeah, right. Hey. Hey. Hey, how's it going? Hey, how's it going? Hey. 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 Hey, how's it going? Hey, how's it going? It's time for you to meet my boss. 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 Let out a hearty laugh. No, not Kiefer. Is that how you say his name, Kiefer? No, not Kiefer. My boss put Kiefer out there and hired me to watch him. My boss is much bigger than some idiot politician. No, not Kiefer. My boss put Kiefer out there and hired me to watch him. My boss is much bigger than some idiot politician. Open up, FBI! I'm saying Kiefer, right? Okay. No, not Kiefer. My boss put Kiefer out there and hired me to watch him. My boss put Kiefer out there and hired me to watch him. My boss is much bigger than some idiot politician. My boss is much bigger than some idiot politician. My boss is much bigger than some idiot politician. I half expected Spencer to go into the cliche movie villain explosion rant, but instead, he sparted me right into this hole. My boss is much bigger than some idiot politician. My father. Okay, so past that part. I heard a wet thunk before I saw anything, before Benjamin went limp and hit the ground. My eyes caught up to the situation. I hoped that what I was seeing was a hallucination, but the look of fear on Carlos' face told me that this wasn't the case. The man standing behind Benjamin, holding a bloodied shovel, the man that just saved our bacon, was smiling a toothy, delightful smile that he only ever made after inflicting the kind of pain he just inflicted. "Hey, Jack," said Spencer Middleton. Hey, Jack. Hey, Jack. You miss me? Hey, Jack. You miss me? I heard a wet thunk before I saw anything, before Benjamin went limp and hit the ground. When my eyes caught up the situation, I hoped that what I was seeing was a hallucination, but the look of fear on Carlos' face told me that this wasn't the case. The man standing behind Benjamin, holding a bloodied shovel, the man that had just saved our bacon, was smiling a toothy, delightful smile that he only ever made after Okay, so now he's friendly. So now it sounds like this guy, Spencer Middleton, is friendly, or in like on their side or something, video game style. Hey, Jack. Hey, Jack. Hey, Jack. You miss me? Hey, Jack. You miss me? Hey, Jack. You miss me? Hey, Jack. Hey, Jack. You miss me? You miss me? I almost feel like It might be beneficial in like dialogue, when writing dialogue, like saying maybe like how they say it, just to get a little more context there, but that's okay. Just let me know if anything like stands out, like, oh fuck, that's not gonna work. Like, I don't mind when people are critical towards it or whatever, just because it helps. Speaking of dark Sarmniarm, Spencer pulled a couple of chairs out of storage and placed them both in front of the cash register facing one another. He made me hobble over and sit in one, and then he spun the other one around to sit on it backwards like a cool school teacher from the 90s. I just want you to know, he said, I'm not mad at you, and neither is he. He wanted me to relay that message. I just want you to know. I'm not mad at you, and neither is he. He just wanted me to relay that message. He just wanted me to relay that message. I'm not mad at you, and neither is he. Oh, you're doing fine, man. Yeah, I totally get what you're saying. Do you remember our first collab when I read those alien stories for you? Damn, that's forever ago. Dude, that might have been at like the 300, was that the 300K subscriber special? Or the 200K? That was 8 years ago. Yeah, holy shit. Fucking dude, I don't even know, man. Time is not even real anymore. It's like some made up. So wait, at this point in the story is like, the Spencer guy, is he, the way he's saying, I just want you to know, like, is he being friendly to the guy, or is he like saving his ass from something, or wasn't really sure like exactly what kind of tone I'm going for here. I just wanted you to know, I just wanted you to know, I'm not mad at you, and neither is he. He wanted me to relay that message. He wanted me to relay that message. I'm not mad at you, and neither is he. He wanted me to relay that message. He wanted me to relay that message. He wanted me to relay that message. He's being like an unreliable narrator vibe, like you're not sure what his intentions are. Oh, okay, he's being like it's leading up, like you might trust him or not. I just wanted to let you know, I just wanted you to know, I'm not mad at you, and neither is he. He wanted me to relay that message, and neither is he. He wanted me to relay that message. Spencer's face has those specks of blood on it from where he had beaten the shit out of Carlos. Your boss, I said? Yeah. He was upset at you for what you did to Kiefer and wanted me to show you what happens to bad children. You were supposed to meet him, but that got all cooked up, huh? You were supposed to meet him, but then that got all cooked up, huh? Yeah. He was upset at you for what you did to Kiefer and wanted me to show you what happens to bad children. You were supposed to meet him, but then that got all cooked up, huh? You were supposed to meet him, but then that got all cooked up, huh? You were supposed to meet him, but then that got all cooked up, huh? But then that got all cooked up, huh? You were supposed to meet him, but then that got all cooked up, huh? I guess it just wasn't my time to die, I answered. That's when the smile faded from Spencer's face. He shook his head at me and said, Die. No. You weren't supposed to die. You can't die. We need you. Die. No. You weren't supposed to die. You can't die. We need you. You can't die. We need you. I can't tell if he's crazy. I assume he's crazy, right? Or something like that. That's when the smile faded from Spencer's face. He shook his head and said, Die. No. Die? No. No. You weren't supposed to die. You can't die. We need you. You can't die. We need you. Spencer's crazy for sure. Okay, cool. I just wasn't sure like how crazy. I'm imagining like maybe that guy from like Far Cry 3 or something, the way like, maybe in some way. Hey, Ese. No, you can't die. You can't die. We need you to torture you forever and ever. I saw some movement behind Spencer, but tried not to break eye contact. It was Benjamin Franklin. He was alive and right now, my best shot at getting out of this. He was moving slowly on the ground, regaining consciousness, but miraculously not making any noise. I tried to keep Spencer distracted. It's kind of weird because this story almost... I'm getting like the vibes of what was that story I read on your channel, like, and you were going to do a sequel to, but I think Oaspera or Obscura, I forget what the heck that... Baraska, yeah. That take with the accent, I might use it for the memes. Die! No. No. You weren't supposed to die. You can't die. We need you. Okay, you can have that one. I saw the movement behind Spencer, tried keeping the Spencer. Your boss. Tell me more about him. How did he find you? Who is he? Oh, he's got a lot of names. And you'll meet him soon enough. And this time, we will not be interrupted. Oh, he's got a lot of names. But you'll meet him soon enough. And this time, we will not be interrupted. Oh, he's got a lot of names. But you'll meet him soon enough. And this time, we will not be interrupted. And my friends, I don't care. They can join us. They can die. It makes no difference. By the way, Jack, I don't care. They can join us. They can die. It makes no difference. By the way, Jack, I wanted to ask, did you guys ever figure out who placed that bomb? By the way, Jack, I wanted to ask, did you guys ever figure out who placed that bomb? I don't care. They can join us. They can die. It makes no difference. It makes me no difference. Do we want to change this to makes no difference to me? Or just it makes no difference? To me, maybe? I don't care. They can join us. I don't care. They can join us. They can die. It makes no difference to me. By the way, Jack, I wanted to ask you, did you guys ever figure out who placed that bomb? Did you guys ever figure out who placed that bomb? Did you guys ever figure out who placed that bomb? I laughed softly. Yeah, the police took it. They know it was you. They know everything. Well, almost everything. Okay, in the grand scheme of things, they know very little, but they do know that you tried to kill me and put a bomb in the gas station. Spencer shook his head. Wrong on both accounts. If I wanted you dead, you'd be dead. A bomb? Seriously? Not my style. Wrong on both accounts. If I wanted you dead, you'd be dead. And a bomb? Seriously? Not my style. Not my style. A bomb? Seriously? Not my style. Not my style. Oh, it's over. Oh, no, it's not over. Okay. It's not over. Okay, we're... Okay. Benjamin was in the corner, jerking off, warming his hands with his cock over the candle plate. It was the only source of light in the building and was casting shadows that could maybe be described as spooky if it weren't in such a serious life or death situation and he wasn't naked. Some of those shadows looked like faces smiling, laughing at us idiots. One or two looked like old presidents. One of them asked me what time it was, and holy crap, I was tripping. You okay, man? Carlos asked, snapping me back to reality. Honestly, I have no idea. Oh, wait, is this like echoing? Oh. Actually, this is a good question for you, Dark Somnium, because this seems like an echo, right? Because he's basically saying, did you ever figure out who placed that bomb again? Asked Spencer Middleton in a gurgle. And it says, what do you mean? I thought you did it. Not me. Bombs aren't my style. What do you know? Oh, it's a totally different line. I thought it was like a flashback for a second. Sorry. So I'm gurgling. Does that mean I've, like, been fucked up or something like that by somebody? You don't like Psycho Joel? How come? Psycho Joel is best Joel. Yippee! Okay. Oh, wait, I'm a fucking ghost? It says Spencer and a gurgle. I would say read it as like a person who is weaker than their normal self. Okay, that makes sense. Did you ever figure out who placed that bomb? Did you ever figure out who placed that bomb? Might have to add some effects to it. Oh, a corpse? Wait, is Hermit in the Desert? Did you write this story? Did you ever figure out who placed that bomb? Did you ever figure out who placed that bomb? Sound like Markiplier. Is this smut? It is. You're just in time, Justin. For the goon sesh. What do you mean? I thought you did. It's not me. Not me. Bombs aren't my style. Who do you know that can build a bomb? Who do you know that can build a bomb? Herman out here helping me make my next big project. Oh, okay, he's just joking around. Okay. I thought maybe they were like... I remember your girlfriend was in the chat or something at one point, so I didn't know if she was like a co-writer. I don't know. I'm just like thinking random shit in my head. Okay. But that's the gurgle we're looking for. I just said like sounding like a dead... Did you ever figure out who placed that bomb? Did you ever figure out who placed that bomb? Does that sound right? Like, is he like beaten up and like captured or something like that? Did you ever figure out who placed that bomb? Did you ever figure out who placed that bomb? Weaker! Okay. Did you ever figure out who placed that bomb? Happy birthday. I wish, dude. I'd be eating all the cake. Sucking on cake. He was sucking on his fucking cake. Did you ever figure out who placed that bomb? Not me. Bombs aren't my style. Who do you know that can build a bomb? Who do you know that can build a bomb? Hey, where's Marlboro? I asked. What the fuck is that? I can't tell. I don't even know what's going on. I don't know. I try my best here, I guess. Benjamin set the improvised spear down and turned his attention back to the fire. You better get him under control. You should open your package. You should open your package. Wait, did we get out? Are we good? Are we on the same team? I don't know what the... Am I a good guy now? I can't fucking tell. Maybe I should have read the whole script, but it's quite a few pages that... The real... Far... You're doing great. Only like 3 lines left. Okay, cool. Hope you're good. Yeah, we're doing good. We're just recording some lines for a creepypasta. I hate it when he calls me Marlboro. Benjamin set the improvised spear down and his attention back to the fire. You better get him under control. You should open your package. You should open your package. You should whip out your package. What? Said Spencer. Hey, wait a second. Aren't you supposed to be dead? Oh, I'm a fucking ghost now, or a zombie? Well, aren't you supposed to be dead? 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 Aren't you supposed to be dead? You should open your package. Well, aren't you supposed to be dead? I don't know. I'm confused, but I guess this is fine. Well, aren't you supposed to be dead? 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 Alright. I don't know. I don't know where we're at in this, but... Tis fine. Marlboro pointed back The way we came, we turned to see Spencer standing in the middle of the path, a wicked smile on his face. Hi. Miss me? Hi. Hi. Miss me? Hi. Hi. Miss me? Miss me? Hi. Miss me? Cool. Alright, I think that's it. Okay. Sweet. I think that was it, bros. Hopefully you get something usable from that. I should probably press stop on it, huh? Tales from the gas station, absurd story, but absolutely worth listening. Oh, okay, nice, Hermit. Thank you for... So your input was from a point of familiarity, so I appreciate that. Okay. Well, I guess that's all she wrote. We got the stories done for tomorrow. I'll get those edited up and over on Patreon as soon as I can. Early access, it's only $1 a month over there. And then, yeah, look forward to Dark Somnium's Tales from the Gas Station at some point. I don't, usually gonna do some editing and that kind of things, but I'm sure it'll be up soon. I think my lines were the last lines. And awesome, man. Thank you so much for taking the time. Videos are gonna have some other channels like CZ's World, Mystery Pasta, Corpse Husband. Oh, really? Oh, nice. You actually... The video's gonna have some other channel. Wow, you actually got Corpse Husband on there? Is he coming back to narration, or is it just like... I didn't even know you guys were incommunicado. I hope is he doing okay? But yeah, guys, we're gonna get that on Patreon, and then we'll be up on YouTube, same time, same place, 9 p.m. EST, same time, same place as usual, and I'll be back streaming Wednesday night. So, love you, appreciate you guys. Thanks for chilling with me. Go follow my Instagram at letsread.official to be kept up to date on my story when I go live here on YouTube. Otherwise, hit the notification bell for all new videos, new live streams. Oh, the outro, you're right. I did not do an outro. I'm dumb. I was going to say we were missing something, but I just, totally skipped and skipped it. Oh, yeah, me and Corpse had worked together a few times and are still in touch. He's just doing things low-key these days. That's good, man. I'm happy for him. Okay, or no, what am I doing? Google Docos. Why do you have popcorn in your nose? Been popping pimps. Okay, you just clip something from that, Reed. True. Yeah, can you guys think of something funny for me to say? Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at email. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and you may even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. I also have a true crime channel that I think you'll love. It's called Saturn Soul. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, make bread, not war. What if war is how we make our bread? Remember, Unc Joel is going to read you a bedtime story. Unky, the funky Unky. Make sure to sub Let's Read, not only amazing narrator, but an amazing person too. Oh, thanks, Dark. You are too, bro. I really appreciate you. Appreciate all the community. Everybody's very nice. Guys, go subscribe to Dark Somnium. He's right here waiting for you to click. But I love and appreciate you guys. Like I said, I'll be back Wednesday. But just be sure to follow the story so you can see when I go live. And yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging. Be sure to submit your story. Let's read submissions@gmail.com. And guys, stay positive, right? That's all you can do in the face of tough times. Do your best. Get right with the Lord. And I will see you again soon, okay? Have a good night. Bye-bye.